All right. Sorry, you guys. Can you guys hear me? I hope. I hope. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Please and thank you. I hope to God this worked. Um. Okay, good. Now I just got to see if I can hear somebody that joins me up here. This is weird. I don't know what is going on, but I don't like it. Let's see. Okay, I can hear that. And that. Okay, we're good that way. Make sure we're good. I just got to get Eddie back in here to hit that link and jump back up here. Hopefully it works. So sorry. I don't know what happened. There was some kind of a weird YouTube glitch. Everything just went wacky. So, but it looks like we have a few other people in here. Welcome back, everybody that is here. Meanie, Teresa, also have joined us now, and so has oh Lord, Realize, Analyze. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Michelle F, welcome back. I don't know what's going on. Hemisphere's in the house. Good to see you. Miss Rowena. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Doc Terry's in the house. Well, that's good. We got a few more peeps in here than we had earlier. The link is pinned. Is it pinned? It should be pinned at the top of the chat. Eddie, if you want to jump up, try it again and see what happens. See, Jag, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Come on in, everybody, please, and thank you. David Bird, good to see you, my friend. I don't know what YouTube. It's just doing weird things. Very strange. Let's try this again. Did you change your thing, Eddie? Is that you? Yep, that's him.
Yeah, I changed it.
I love that. That's great. Now I can hear you. Perfect. All right. I don't know what happened, you guys. I'm sorry. That's weird. No worries, Miss Paula. Good to see you, Beach Babe. Everybody that was here, welcome back. And for the new people, like I said, good to see you all. So maybe it was a good thing because we got more people to join us today. That's funny as hell, Eddie. I love that.
I took a page out of Kane's book.
There you go. There you go. I love it. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Good. And you can hear me. That's great.
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know. It was doing weird things. Like I was okay, because on this screen here in front of me, I have StreamYard running. On this screen over here is the YouTube. You know, they're linked to be able to get it out there. So I could hear on this side, but it was delayed, but I couldn't hear on this one, which was very strange. And I checked all my settings and everything was right. And it was doing it, and it's not an internet connection. That's excellent. I've not had no problems with that. Knock on wood, since I got the new Spectrum stuff. So it wasn't that. Gen 7, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Ryan Anderson, good to see you, brother. And so I clicked on the settings and went into the settings in the background to check on my volumes. They were all up. And just as I went to click out of that, it disconnected completely from YouTube. And I'm like, what the hell? The StreamYard didn't disconnect, but the YouTube did. So it's like, okay. I don't know. I have so many issues with computers because I'm such a ding dong with them. I don't know them anymore. But we're here, and that's all that matters. Take care, Miss Tandy. And again, guys, for those of you that just got here, we're talking today about if Kaylee was the target, because it looks in some senses that she may have been possibly the main target now, or at least one of, at the very least. Welcome back, Kira. Sunshine Girl, welcome. Good to see you. Social Glow, good to see you. So we got all these extra people now. That's wonderful. And if she was, why was it denied? There's some other things that go along with that too. It seems to be that there's people that seem to have tried to distance themselves from her. I'm curious about that. Welcome, Lisa. No worries, dear. Not late at all. We're late. I'm late.
Yeah, Dago, regardless of who was the target, it would speak to motive. In other words, regardless if it's Kaylee or any of the other individuals, if that information had got out or does get out, that speaks to motive. And regardless of what that motive is, it's a contrary position than what we've been fed.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
destroys the state's
Well, yeah, because
single angry
yes,
incel man,
yes, Wonders Deep, welcome.
boogeyman.
The boogeyman theory, absolutely. Which is ridiculous because the reason why this is bothering me so much, because we've seen and heard a lot of odd things in relation to Kaylee, okay? And they adamantly denied that she was a specific target at one point. And then they completely denied that there was a target altogether other than the house at the very end of all this. And it's like, what are you doing? And then we noticed, slowly, where it seems within these reports and other things that have happened that a lot of people seem to be, in my opinion, at least distancing themselves from her for some reason. And I'm very confused about that. So my mind is trying to put things together and understand. And that's why I wanted to discuss this. Not to mention, there's some things that were stated. Like I said, I was starting to tell you guys, but I couldn't hear anything earlier. Meg brought something back to my attention this morning. We were talking a little bit about a website that we had looked up a while back. I think Molly pulled it up for us. And it was a state site. It wasn't a local, but a state site. And it talked about there were only 4 murders in the state at that time in 22. And it stated and again, this is yet just another lie they've told us, in my opinion, but it stated in there that those 4 murders, that there were illicit drugs within the system in the toxicology report of 3 of the victims. Now, in the autopsy reports that we received via the reports and the documents, it stated that there were none. So, it's like, once again, let's keep everybody confused and looking in 14 different places to understand this. So these are a couple of different things we're going to discuss. I wanted to try to work through. And then I also, by request, I've had a lot of people ask and request that we review and react to Docket Decoder's one of his recent videos, which I do have to tell you, I have questions about that. And it refers back to way long time ago. He put out a new video in regards to when the whole Dot thing happened, when CJ and I interviewed her on his channel. And I was listening to it again because I watch everything Docket puts out. And I was sitting there listening to the questions I was asking myself, because of course it's been almost 3 years. I forgot, a lot of what I said. And as I'm listening to this, I'm going, this is very strange to me. Now that we know what we know now, how did she know the answers to some of this stuff? Because especially considering what we did as far as debunking her, and she admitted herself at some point. And it's like the things she's saying, she should not have known. Okay. So we're going to discuss that and why I have the questions I have about that. Just a little montage of a different few things today we're going to get into. So great to have you all here. Welcome back, Fizzy. Sky, good to see you. And I'm chasing a fly in here again, you guys. I don't know how this thing got in here, but it's driving me insane. So if you see me jumping, smacking, whatever, don't just ignore it. So anyway, that's where we're going. I think I thought I saw in the last chat, Eddie, that we brought up that you said you had some questions of your own about some things and stuff like that. So
what's interesting about that is it broke off to a commercial. So I recalled the last thing that you said right before the commercial. So I typed that in the chat, and then I waited for both commercials to play out entirely without exiting out of either one of them. So I was away for about a minute. Okay. And then as soon as I came back, I put in chat what you're currently talking about. So those are my two, I guess, references as to where you were in your discussion.
Gotcha.
So
they're in this chat here,
memorialized. So yeah, then I went back in time to where I last heard you, and yeah, I missed about a minute of your live stream due to the commercial. It was just kind of like experimental, and I was just
Yeah.
checking
Oh,
to
yeah.
see if our theory from last time we were live
Right.
together. Yeah.
I
So
was just going to say you had brought that up last time. Interesting.
yeah.
Well, I delayed them again. They're delayed now for 10 minutes, and I'll hit it again and again if I have to, because I don't. This is getting ridiculous with these ads and stuff. Like I said, I checked it again every time I go in to set up the live and all that. I set it at the very lowest setting that it can have, and it's still boom, 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 and they're back to back too. And I hate that. There's always, from my understanding, I've been told many times that there's always at least 2 at a time, like one after the other. Outcast, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Appreciate you very much for joining us today. Let me double check. Did I miss anybody else? Brian's here. I've been thinking about getting one of those salt guns, but it's almost winter time. They won't be here much longer. My granddaughter likes to leave the door open and stand there, and then that's how they get in. But I don't deal with interior bugs, folks. I don't like them flying around in my face and stuff. It drives me nuts. Lisa Winchester. Anybody I didn't catch, I will catch up with you. It's great to see you again. Kara Willis is in the house. Haven't seen Kara in a while. Welcome back, Gen 7. Doc Terry. Great to see you all, guys. Thanks so much for joining us today. I appreciate you all very much. So, let's see. One of the first things, and that was one of the biggest things I wanted to talk about, was because I've seen something recently that there's claims that a lot of people hated Kaylee. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. Okay. But we're gonna check that out, and then we're gonna get into our discussion about Kaylee being the possible target, this, that, and anything else. But like Eddie said, regardless of who the target is, it still alleviates away from what we've been told. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
Yeah, it speaks to motive.
Yes, absolutely, 100%, and that's why I believe the denial is there. Okay, because if we were to get a true motive, we could get some answers, but that's not going to happen. We know that. So,
and think about it from the state's position. I mean, no matter what they say, it doesn't really work out well for them. But the best thing they can say is, it seems like the house was targeted. In other words, some benign, just general vague type of thing where you can't draw any conclusions from it, and it's a safe territory to have that position, so to speak.
Right. That's very exactly.
Then they can just, create their own boogeyman and put them in place, and it seems to fit.
Bingo. Well, for some people it does. Not everybody. Yeah. Yes. The people that want it to, I'll say that much. Very, very good point. Very good point. I'm going to go back to this again. Let's see here. And I got to wonder if there were, if what were there, and truly it doesn't really matter, but it's for my own mind to work things out of my own mind, you guys. Did people have issues with Kaylee? Is that why there was a detachment from her? Possibly was it Jack Showalter? I don't know who that girl was, but we know he did. Even Hunter Johnson said he didn't know who she was, but he hung out with her. It seemed to be like on a regular basis. He was at her house all the time. He came out with her during one of the noise complaints. He was always at that house. So how do you not know this person?
Think about this. If she was marked, a marked lady, so to speak.
Yes.
Bad karma. Well, I mean, if she was threatening anyone's livelihood, like if someone was doing drugs and she, had this noble design in her mind to, that ain't right. What they're doing isn't right. Drugs are dangerous and people are dying from them. And
yes.
I got to do my part and do the right thing. And she was trying to do the right thing. And of course, how quickly information spreads these days, and it's hard to keep secrets. So even if you tell one person, there's a saying, if you want everyone to know, just tell one person. So if she let anyone into her confidence, then that information would easily get out to the wrong people. Mm-hmm. And as soon as the wrong person learn about what she intends to do or who she's been speaking with to correct this incorrect behavior, then she's marked.
Yes.
Little does she know.
Good point.
And anyone associated with her would also probably be marked, or at least at a minimum feel like they could potentially be marked because of the association they have with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, threatening someone's livelihood, especially if they're in the money, in the big business, turning a good dollar.
Yes.
Yeah, now you're treading dangerous waters.
Very good point. Very good point.
Just some thoughts. Who knows if that's what it is?
No,
but yeah,
but
you're right. They're all distancing themselves from her because they're like, I'm on the body cam, and body cam is public record. I don't know who that is.
right, and
Never heard of it.
It's like, I know you know this about me because we've talked about it, and it may be the same for you, but when I start to see things or we talk about things, and I notice things, they start to bug me, and they eat away. You know what I mean? And it's like, until I can get some understanding of it, I can't like get it out of my head. So in turn, this is what happens. We have these conversations about these things. So, and maybe at some point we'll be able to break something from it, and it'll give us some insight into something that we haven't seen before or been able to put together. I don't know, but it's at least worth talking about, in my opinion. So that's what happens. That's how it works out, you guys. Give me a second. I'm trying to see something here because I think there's a couple of people that were having a hard time getting in the chat. So I'm just making sure that they're okay in here and they can get in the chat. That's all. So bear with me. Welcome, JC. Good to see you, dear.
How are you?
I'm good. I hope you're having a great day. It's great to see you.
I am just hanging out before work, so I don't have too long that I can hang out, but I just wanted to come up and say hi.
Hi,
absolutely. Thank you. It's great to see you today.
Yeah, you too. And you too, Eddie.
I don't see it here. Something. Welcome, Smiling Sleuth. Realize, analyze. Good to see you. That's a good point, and that's true too. All right, guys. There's 160 in here now. Thank you so much. Make sure to hit that like button, guys. Let's get this in that algorithm if we can, for sure. Friendly Snake. I don't understand what's up with that Friendly Snake because she should be. She's always here. So that's what I'm checking right now to see if something might have happened, because it does happen from time to time. I'm looking. Don't worry. I don't see her though, so she should be able to be in here. I don't. This doesn't make sense to me. This YouTube thing is starting to irritate me with these irritating little things that it's doing. I don't get it, but okay. Yeah, I don't know. Welcome, Miss Thomas Sharp. Welcome. Good to see you. No, don't worry about it, Meg. It's okay. There's Annie right there. See, it wasn't on this side of things, Annie. I don't know what happened, but yeah, you weren't in the list. So either way, welcome. It's good to see you today. It's working. Everything's good. That's what matters. All right. So back to where I was at. Give me a second. I'm going to throw this up. We're going to look at this first. Once again, as you guys know, I follow a lot of Casper West stuff. And this brought some more of that, what do you call it? The questions to mind for me in some senses. So this is what, Gail, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. So anyway, we're going to review this real quick. Not very long at all. And break some of these things down into the thought process that I have going on about Kaylee herself with this. So, oh, Annie, I know what would happen because I had a video up once that glitched and shut down and detached from the other stream. And I started one up right after, so that's probably what happened. No worries. No worries at all. Anyway, you're good. We're good. We're moving on. Here we go. All right. Thank you guys all so much for joining us.
The information that is exculpatory to the defendant that one of the roommates has. She doesn't want to testify. She has an attorney fighting this subpoena.
There's a lot of chatter about Kohberger's supposed guilt. And much of it comes from people who saw him answer yes to the "I'm guilty" question and took that at face value. The media has been conditioning the public to believe he's guilty, which is frightening because no real evidence or motive has been presented.
Trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one.
This shows how easy it can be to convict someone in America. Paint them as guilty before a trial. Have people recall a weird encounter, and suddenly you've got a conviction.
Brian Kohberger's childhood friend Thomas speaking to ABC News, describing the Idaho murder suspect as mean in high school, saying Brian was eager to be seen as dominant.
He would just put me in, he would grapple me and put me in headlocks and arm bars and stuff like that.
That's exactly why the saying exists. A grand jury could indict a ham sandwich. It highlights how grand juries almost always side with prosecutors when deciding whether to bring charges. Looking at the probable cause affidavit, there was essentially no solid reason to suspect Brian Kohberger of this crime. With all the evidence I've been breaking down in these videos, if you still believe it's him, then you have been successfully brainwashed by legacy media.
And we began with breaking news about the University of Idaho murder suspect. We now have video of Indiana State Police pulling over Brian Kohberger.
Brian Kohberger.
The evidence against Brian Kohberger is extremely weak. That's why, during the entire gag order, everything was geared toward framing him as the suspect before the trial even began. In fact, before the trial date was even set, they were already planning to tear down the home. And around the same time, several police officers working on the case suddenly put in for retirement. That's strange, right? You'd expect them to take pride in solving what should be the biggest case of their careers. The gag order itself was another red flag. It wasn't about protecting the case. It was about silencing the public and stopping people from asking hard questions.
Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just going to say it. It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story.
And while the gag order was in effect, the media worked overtime to paint Kohberger as guilty through books, news clips, documentaries, until the public became conditioned to believe that he must be the killer simply because of the constant exposure. But here's the reality. All of the so-called evidence is purely circumstantial. Then came the interviews with people labeled as friends. If you watched my earlier videos, you notice is a common tactic. Bring in voices close to the accused to make the public think, well, if even their friends believe they are guilty, then it must be true.
Do you know, is that Brian did have anger issues?
You could tell there was some off about him. Very quiet, calculated about what he says. Actually very similar to how he walked into court, no different.
Because even if you're not doing anything wrong, you're being watched and recorded. And the storage capability of these systems increases every year consistently by orders of magnitude. to where it's getting to the point you don't have to have done anything wrong. You simply have to eventually fall under suspicion from somebody, even by a wrong call. And then they can use the system to go back in time and scrutinize every decision you've ever made, every friend you've ever discussed something with, and attack you on that basis to sort of derive suspicion from an innocent life and paint anyone in the context of a wrongdoer.
But did anyone stop to question who exactly these so-called friends were? That part is very suspicious. Although the crime happened in Idaho, the media went all the way back to Kohlberger's high school in Pennsylvania to dig up stories. That's strange, considering those were people he hadn't spoken to in years. The interviews themselves felt rehearsed. No photos with Kohlberger. No real proof of a genuine connection. Take one example. Jacobson presented as a friend of Kohlberger. Rather than participating in a proper interview, he conveniently meets a reporter at a random gas station just to declare how happy he is that justice was served. And this was all before a trial. Doesn't that seem staged?
I used to go on night runs with him because I didn't want to go running at night by myself. So I would text him hey, you want to go for a run? We'd go for 6-7 mile runs at night. So when I saw who it was, I was just in complete shock.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you hear that?
Yes. What are you listening to?
I'm reviewing a video in regards to something Casper West put out in regards to Kaylee possibly being a target in this.
Who is this?
Casper West. Casper West.
I don't know him.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's another creator out there.
So what happened?
That's what we're listening to right now, and then we're going to discuss it afterwards.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Kind of shaking knowing about that. It's just unreal to think somebody could actually do that to somebody. It's absolutely mind-boggling. My adrenaline's still kind of running after finding that information out. So just I feel for the families, and I'm just happy justice can be served now. So
meanwhile, the positive remarks that went against the narrative were largely ignored. For instance, Michelle Bolger, an associate professor at DeSales University, publicly praised Kohlberger. She described him as her best student, a brilliant writer, and someone she personally recommended to a PhD program. Something she said she had only done twice in her 10 years of teaching. Her words were clear. He was one of the best students ever. Everyone is in shock over this. I'm shocked at what he's being accused of. I don't believe it. But I get it. This news is upsetting. I haven't slept at all since hearing about Brian. Yet, those statements barely made headlines because they didn't fit the image being pushed. It seems like it would have made more sense to speak with people who actually knew Kohlberger recently rather than digging up old classmates from high school. Why didn't they do that? Instead, the coverage leaned on fraternity alumni, certain faculty and staff who spread negative messaging to control the narrative at Washington State University. One professor even claimed Kohlberger was so problematic that if he ever became a professor, he would stalk and assault students and urged co-workers to push him out of the program. That sounds rehearsed, more like personal dislike than genuine concern, as if they were looking for any excuse to get rid of him. On the night of the Idaho slayings, Kohlberger said he was stargazing, which actually fits his personality. He wasn't at the crime scene, and the DoorDash driver admitted she never saw a white Hyundai Elantra, only a tan sedan, and a man with spiky red hair around 4 a.m. But no Kohlberger. If prosecutors are certain he returned to the scene at 9 a.m. that same morning, why haven't they released a clear video of him in front of 1122 King Road? If that evidence exists, it would have been the first thing they presented. Instead, they show grainy footage of a car and simply attribute it to Brian Kohlberger. What we do know is that the real targets appear to be the girls who had dropped their sorority, with Ethan as collateral damage. But something feels off about the timing. They carried out the attack during the weekend of Dylan's sorority formal, a time they would have known Kaylee was going to be there. This all seems to be connected to Greek life. Someone clearly knew when Kaylee would arrive, and only a select few had that information. Every victim in the house suffered multiple stab wounds, but Kaylee had additional trauma to her face. This suggests that someone worked with another person to specifically target her. Also, not a single surviving roommate chose to call the police at 4 a.m. Both failed to call, which is highly unusual. Are we really supposed to believe they both went to sleep, woke up at the exact same time, and only then decided to call 911? There was tension between the girls in the house and the sorority chapter. Dylan, for example, couldn't pronounce or spell her roommates' names correctly. Yet, she was crying her eyes out on the scene after cops arrived, which seems very strange.
So Ethan, how old is Ethan?
I believe he just turned 20.
20? And it's Chapin, Chapin?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. Do you happen to know either of their date of birth?
No, I know knows Sienna's date of birth.
Okay. No worries. And Ethan's also a U of I student?
Yes, he is.
And you don't see him here right now? You see, but pretty sure he's in that room.
I think so. I think it's last told me. I don't know for sure.
Alright, and then the two additional roommates that aren't here right now.
They're not.
That aren't here with you.
Yeah.
What are their names?
Maddie Mogen, MADDIEMOGEN. And then Kaylee, KAYLEE. Goncalves, GONCLAVES. I think that's how you spell it.
How old is Maddie?
21. Or 21 or 22. I can't remember. They're both over 21, but I don't know exactly.
I think so. How old is Kaylee?
Over 21. I believe she's 21 or 22. Sorry, I don't really remember.
It's okay. You're doing great.
Thanks.
I'm asking a lot of you, so I appreciate you. You're doing very well.
My roommates were up, and we called all of them. They were not waking up, and so me and like, this is weird. So I called and to come over, and then that's when all this happened.
Who all lives here with you?
Me, that woman right there.
Okay. Who's Santa?
Santa is the girl in there.
Is the girl that
Yes.
this one?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you spell her name?
XANA.
Do you know if she has a middle name?
Alexis, I think.
Do you know what her last name is?
Kernodal. K. I don't know how to spell it really. K. You know? RNODLE.
K-A-E-R.
K-E-R.
K-E-R.
N-O.
N-O. D-L-E. Okay.
X-A-N-A.
X-A-N-A. Okay.
Ethan, who's in there, he doesn't actually live here, but he's here like almost all the time.
There's a male that lives here, and
he doesn't actually live here. He's in the room with Sienna, I believe.
He's in there right now.
But he doesn't live here, but he's here a lot. And then there's Maddie, Mogen, and Kaylee up top. I don't know where they're at though.
Maddie
Mogen. Maddie Mogen and
Maddie Mogen.
Yeah.
And who?
Kaylee Goncalves. She's the girl that I was talking about, Kaylee, who I just heard her go upstairs and then run back downstairs.
Okay.
Bethany expressed concern about going back home for Thanksgiving at the crime scene, even before realizing anyone had died. Was she worried about being held in a cell and missing Thanksgiving? Which is also a strange thing to ask during the crime scene.
Okay. I'll tell you the same thing I told her. Is you guys are probably going to be talking to a lot of people, retelling the same story. So.
Am I still allowed to go home soon for Thanksgiving?
We can't hold you forever. Okay. So we'll cross that bridge when we considered, and the detectives will work with you guys to.
Okay.
Miss Denise, check your email. I just now saw it, dear. I'm sorry. I didn't get it. Was in my spam folder for some reason, which is what I don't check that often. But anyway, I sent a response back to you, and you should have everything you need now, dear. Thank you again very much, and I'm so sorry about that.
The fact that we have a cop approaching Bethany, and the first thing that she asks is if she can go home for Thanksgiving, right? Not asking questions about supposedly the roommates that you were supposedly trying to reach for 7 hours. You don't ask questions about these roommates. You ask about break and about going home. That's your priority.
Bethany also had exculpatory information for Koberger's defense. Yet, we never got to hear what she had to say. Notice how she never attended the memorial.
Master's here, and I'm going to be reading 2 different letters, one from Dylan and one from Bethany.
Or appeared in the courtroom.
I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk.
And yet, after this entire debacle, she was suddenly nominated as ATO's sweetheart. A pattern strikingly similar to what we saw with the Chapins.
Hunter and Maisie. On Sunday night, that fraternity named Ethan's sister Maisie, right there in the middle, their official sweetheart of Sigma Chi. You can see Ethan's brother Hunter. He's like right behind her to the left with his arm up and around a friend. He's standing there behind his sister. He's also a Sigma Chi member. Those brothers then serenaded Maisie with their famous song, Sweetheart of Sigma Chi, and they each presented her with a rose. The song and the ceremony are actually world famous, recorded dozens of times, and actually made into 2 movies as well. Becoming a Sigma Chi sweetheart is a pretty big deal. There is one named for every chapter of the fraternity, and there's an international person who gets that honor as well. The sweetheart can wear the Sigma Chi letters and is considered a beacon of all that the brothers strive to be. And Maisie sounds a lot like her brother Ethan.
Thank you, Don. Trying to remember something. Eddie, do you remember, or even JC for that matter, but do you remember if that memorial, was that before or after Brian was arrested? I can't remember the date of it.
Before.
It's before. Okay. Okay. So, okay. I'll go with that then. Thank you.
They claimed to believe their friend had only passed out. Yet, when police arrived at the crime scene, they never once asked if their friend was okay. Dylan didn't think, if I'm calling Xana, maybe I should check on her since she's closer to my room. Also, according to her story, if she believed there was a man in the house, why would they just lock themselves in their room and go to bed? How could they be sure he wouldn't return? If they truly went to sleep, that suggests they must have felt safe enough to believe the man wasn't coming back. Either way, it doesn't make any sense. Officers also found a latent footprint at the scene.
Without people making sure lives are saved first, and maybe there is a footprint that isn't perfect or is gone, or maybe there are these melting chemicals that tracked into the house. But they did say they've got one latent footprint that was discovered with a blood sourcing chemical compound. So Larry Koblinski, thank you.
Notice that in this body cam footage, Dylan wasn't wearing any shoes. What happened to her shoes? And what did she do with them? What was going on between the girls? On the night of November 12th, Dylan walked alone to the party at the Whites, named for the white buildings on Taylor Avenue. While Maddie and Bethany left together, Xana and Ethan also left together, and Kaylee stayed behind. Only a few people knew Kaylee would be back in town, and those people were in the house. Reviewing Kaylee's Instagram shows another red flag. Almost every single picture was liked only by Maddie and Xana. Bethany and Dylan didn't even like photos of their own roommate, including the last photo in which Dylan and Bethany was tagged. Even after the slants, they still haven't liked her final post. That seems far from a coincidence. There was clearly turmoil in that house. Dylan has mastered the art of crying on command. On the 911 call, she cried while on the phone with police.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, Bethany, we gotta go check. But we have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? She's not waking up.
And again, once the body camera was on, even though it was already 8 hours later,
They were in the main room. I heard them dancing and laughing. Kaylee went upstairs and she screamed because someone was in the room. She ran downstairs. And I kept calling her name and she wouldn't answer. And then I saw the guy. I just locked the door. And then I ran downstairs. But we don't know what's going on.
in the courtroom, she still breaks down, even 2.5 years later.
Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this point, it feels less genuine and more performative for the cameras. She's not the person she pretends to be in the public eye, especially when she was partying while the cameras were off. Once those pictures were released, the family rushed to do damage control, claiming she was healing even though she was clearly partying.
And Dylan herself has retreated from the public eye. Very few people see her out and around. She from what I've been told, she is in trauma therapy of sorts. She's getting help from the spiritual community. She is isolating herself, but she is stepping out a little bit at a time. I've been told from mutual friends that she is gaming online with peers in group gaming sessions, and she's doing what she can without breaking real out into public with peers in group gaming sessions. And
yeah, it looks like it right there for sure. I'll say that much.
She's doing what she can without breaking real out into public.
The body cam footage also suggests that a cleaning occurred after the fact. A witness claimed that Murphy, the dog, barked from 4 a.m. to 4:45 a.m., and it appears someone let him back inside at 4:45 a.m. Who let him in? If the killings had already taken place and Dylan and Bethany were supposedly asleep, who was with Murphy? Were the roommates even hiding? Or was something more sinister going on? One thing that seemed strange was Jack, Kaylee's ex, arriving on the scene and immediately asking for the dog. Other friends noticed that he seemed more interested in the dog than in Kaylee or the roommates. But how did he even know the dog was there? He seemed unusually sure about it. even though he didn't seem to know what had happened to Kaylee. Remember, he arrived around 12 p.m. before the police had disclosed what happened to the roommates. According to Hunter Johnson, he had only checked Xana's room, so no one should have known what was going on upstairs. How did Jack know about the dog and appear indifferent to Kaylee's situation? Normally, when news reporters arrive, they ask local residents if they saw or heard anything.
We start with this. A man has life-threatening injuries after being stabbed by an intruder early Sunday morning in Boise. But we also spoke with Steve and Jennifer Adamson, who live next door to the victim.
Last night, I was woke up about midnight by a blood-curdling scream. I didn't go out to find out what it was because I heard somebody else come up and take care of it. But then I saw lots of flashing lights, about 7, 8 cop cars lined up the street here, and I saw ambulance take somebody away.
Well, I woke up at 2 o'clock with a knock on the door, and it was the police.
But in this case, very few people seemed willing to speak. Think about it. We haven't seen a single resident on camera give a statement about this case. These are college students, yet no one on the University of Idaho campus seemed willing to be interviewed.
Road near U of I's campus, they found the 4 students dead. Moscow Police Chief James Fry also said 2 roommates were home when it happened, but didn't go so far as to call them witnesses, and says they were not hurt. The murders happened sometime early Sunday morning, but Fry did not say why it took so long for someone to call 911 rather. And he also wouldn't clarify who made the call specifically. Now, I spoke with U of I's Dean of Students Blaine Eccles earlier today. He reminded students to take care of themselves.
We have drop-in counseling available over at our Counseling and Testing Center up on the 3rd floor, Mary Forney Hall. Students can also call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to our main counseling number, which is 208-885-6716, and select option 3 in the evenings or weekends, and they'll definitely connect with someone as well.
I think that's like 4.
What sorority are they affiliated with?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're associated with
the. I don't know.
I guarantee you they're associated with a sorority. As many of them are living here, it's an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years here. I'm not stupid. Don't play dumb games with me. I would rather deal with this as a noise complaint than getting a hold of the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that and the dean of students and playing all these stupid fucking games.
It almost seems like the entire area knew to stay silent, like the whole town was aware. Even many of the police officers weren't surprised upon arriving at the scene, with the exception of one officer. It suggests that they were familiar with the place and that the neighborhood operates with the code of silence.
Police department, we're on 3rd floor, coming up. We got another. Moscow Police Department. Dude, shoot. Now it's clear? We're clear. Let me just secure the outside first. So. Go to the front door. There's the back entry. I was going to start taping it all off. Brian's taping the outside off. Okay. Where's the right.
This points to the possibility that the attack was organized, not the work of a single individual like Kohlberger. Moscow police found snow foot tracks that went towards the back of the yards west towards 1118 and 1126 King Road, and eventually Taylor Avenue, which would mean the person may have been on foot, and not one drop of Kohlberger's blood in the snow or the ground. However, they did find a glove of dried blood that belonged to other males.
When we first heard about this unidentified DNA last summer, that there were 3 profiles, 2 in the house, 1 on a glove outside, we were all like, wow.
Kohlberger couldn't have committed this crime. It seems like the teachers hated on him for being smart, or maybe cracking a case, and needed to get rid of him. They want us to believe he didn't do this to other women, but decided on this particular day to do this to 4 people he did not know. It doesn't make sense, and really isn't in his character or past behavior. The fact that we see Kohlberger's extra cleanliness in the prison, 1122 King Road, is an OCD's worst nightmare. That place was garbage from the parties before. The truth is stranger than fiction. In fiction, Kohlberger committed the crime, but the actual truth is more sinister. An entire town out to take multiple lives in order to secure their deep, dark secrets hidden from the public eye. They knew from the start. They even said they could have caught Kohlberger without DNA.
A plea deal that there may have been a second weapon involved. What did the task force think? That there was a second weapon used, or was it just the knife?
All the evidence showed that there was one singular knife that was used to kill all 4 of the victims.
Would you have gotten probable?
That's a blatant lie, and he knows it because the people he works with. We'll talk about it.
Cause to arrest him without the DNA?
I believe so.
Based on what?
Our investigators were very confident that based off of where we were going with the vehicle and the information that we gathered, we would have got there. I don't know what our timeline would have been, but I believe we would have got there.
From the moment they were packing boxes into the U-Haul, they left behind little crumbs they thought we wouldn't notice. If you pay attention to the back of the truck, it says Pennsylvania. Is that a coincidence? I think not.
Lest Satan should get an advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices.
As we continue this journey, remember to keep fighting and exposing the true evil in high places, the kind that comes to destroy us all. The more we resist, the more they will crumble.
All right, guys. Again, I wanted to go through that real quick just to point some things out that we all know, okay, but a few other things as well. That statement Dullinger made pisses me off to no end, because the 2 guys that work in the same department as him claimed that they even stated about a secondary weapon, but he's the chief now and he's making more lies, okay? Admit to what you know is true. I don't understand at this point why you wouldn't. It's out. The world knows it. So your secret is not a secret anymore. It's a joke. You just make yourself look like an idiotic fool at this point, and I'm sick of seeing it and hearing it. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And even more now that we know what the injuries look like and sound like, from how they were described. Nope. Sorry. Just like we talked about the other day. I have come to the conclusion. Oh, take care, JC. I guess that other girl dropped off too. Thanks for joining us, Chase. But I have issues with this now, and I've come to my own conclusion now that after what we've talked about the past week or so and some things I've looked at and just my brain thinking, welcome, Sarah. I didn't know there was a new doc out. Was there a new doc, or is it the other one that we were talking from the other day? What I believe, I said this on Tommy's show the other night. Oh, there she is. She must have fell out. Welcome back, JC.
Hey, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I have come to the conclusion before we go into the conversation about Kaylee that knowing that there was an 8-hour period of time, knowing what the injuries are now on the victims, I can be comfortable now saying that I think that it's possible, especially with what we covered with what Annie put out on her show the other day with the blood. We've looked into that now. We've talked about it the other day when we were talking about the timeline. I think that they may have been tortured for a period of time, slowly. Knowing what happened to Ethan's legs, knowing the wounds with Kaylee, with what happened to Maddie, Xana's wounds and injuries. Okay. I am very comfortable in saying that I feel that they were tortured for a period of hours before this all came to an end. I still believe it started off as a shakedown or a whatever it was supposed to be. And I think everybody knew about it and it went too far. And at that point, there was no turning back. And I feel like they tortured these people very sadly for hours, I think, you know, and finally they were done and left and it was over. And it truly feels that like that's what this was to me now. It makes sense to me. True. Too 100%. So I don't have any verifiable like factual information that states torture in this aspect, but if you look at the injuries, the type of injuries, the things that we were described, and knowing that there was 8 to 10 hours that went on according to what the timeline was listed as, I feel like they could have been. Okay, who knows? We don't know, you guys. We don't know truly what happened before 11:58 a.m. the next day. So for all we know, they could have still been alive. We were purposely never given a time of death. That was noon. There was no liver temperature testing done or anything like that you could do to decipher a true time of death. So we don't know. So this could have went on for a period of hours. Okay, they could have stopped doing this at 8, 9 in the morning for all we know, and then cleaned up a bit and called 911. To some of you, it may sound like a reach, but to me, I'm pretty comfortable saying that now. Sorry, go ahead, Eddie.
I was just reading Teresa's comment, but why?
Yeah, that's the big...
and I agree.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know.
A message, I think, in some aspects.
I don't want to stir the pot or make waves.
Do what you got to do. We cannot. It's okay to have difference of opinion. You know that.
Yeah, I really don't think so. I mean, yeah, anything's possible, but it seemed like whoever went there had the intent to, end their lives and dispatch as quickly as possible. And just those weapons that could be classified as post-mortem, or what does Olivia call them, exploratory, or
that's what kind of convinced me of that, Eddie, is the experimental injuries. It made me wonder.
That looks more like just maybe that victim had a lot of superficial wounds because whoever was the assailant on that victim didn't have the the ability to be decisive, and was kind of they were not experienced.
I know what you mean. And that could be, yeah.
If they were tortured, that would mean that they would have had to have been gagged and bound.
Well,
because that would have been loud.
I believe that they could have been gagged.
They would have fought back.
Well, that's just my thing. Is I wonder if they were gagged.
The only reason why I came to that conclusion, Eddie, is because after hearing the experimental thing, after hearing her say, now this is again what she said the prosecution told her, but that's what brought me to that conclusion. That the experimental injuries, and also she claimed that it seemed to be that after they stopped breathing, that they continued to do things to these people. Steve did.
So there was things done to them post-mortem.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. Okay. And then they also, I should have said it that way, I'm sorry, but she said, that's how she said it. Steve also did state at one point in time that it looked like they had marks, like they were gagged. So I don't know if it's true. Okay. So if you put all these little things together, it's just my mind processed the possibility of torture because of those things, because you're right. That would be nonstop agony, screaming, yelling, all that kind of stuff. You can't do that to somebody without them making noise for a period of time. I agree with that. So
it would draw attention to itself, and that's the last
100%.
thing whoever did this wanted.
Right. So
they wanted to do this under the cover of anonymity and in the cover of the dark of night.
Right.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
They go with that video that we watched again, which let me just say, like, every time I watch the body cam footage, I get more sad about it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because you pick up on different things and you're like, oh my gosh, like here we go again, you know?
Right.
But okay, so one of my first, I guess, watching it this time, one of my first red flags with Dylan was, first off, she can't pronounce or spell Kaylee's last name. Okay.
Yeah.
Second off, she said she was 21 or she's above 21. She's 21 or 22. Like she didn't know exactly how old they were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, isn't that kind of weird to you?
Well, and I've said that.
I mean, I know they weren't like best friends, but if I'm living with someone, I know how old they are. I'm sorry.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they weren't close at all, in my opinion, by any means whatsoever. So yeah, you should know more about the person living in your house or living in you're living in their house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree with that. I do. I always have. And that's just one more little thing that kind of points me in a direction that, you know, and then it bugged me really bad to know that Dylan went and got Kaylee, brought her back.
Yeah.
That's something I can't get rid of. It's almost okay. They didn't even go to the damn dance. They had a party themselves and at their house. And how are you going to take her to a sorority thing when she's not even in a sorority anymore? I mean, I don't know if that matters or not. I'm not in college anymore. I don't know the rules, but I was never in college.
She probably could have just brought somebody that she wanted to, and she wanted to bring Kaylee, and that, well, she knew something could or would happen to Kaylee, and that's why she wanted her to come to Moscow so bad.
And then they never went.
And then they ended up never went. Yeah.
Right. And that's what bugs me. And it almost feels like it was set up on purpose. Okay. You got to question why Kaylee left first of all. That's another reason I'm questioning with this. What was the issue with Kaylee that people have distanced themselves from her that they didn't?
Well, this is what I was going to say from the get-go is, you know, you ask, was Kaylee the target? I think knowing what we know now about how the G's are, I think, Dago, I really truly think that Kaylee was involved in much more dangerous things than what one would think.
Sure. I don't have any problems believing that.
Suspicious, dangerous, promiscuous, scandalous. I think she was in over a 21-year-old's head.
Sure. And knowing that this was, in my opinion, definitely a message. This is not just and
knowing how the G's are.
That doesn't help. You're right. But this wasn't just a fly by night type thing. Okay. This was meant for somebody to see this and be horrified and to get the ideal that this could happen to you too. If you know what I mean? That's how I take this. So I'm just saying there was something. I agree. She was into something heavier, possibly. Okay. And
I think she truly was.
I agree with that. And I think that's why this happened. And it may not have been just her. Okay. It could have been something.
Maddie was her best friend.
Well, and that's why I keep going back to that statement. What did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything, blah, 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 all that stuff. But they're going to get you for this. Oh boy. What is this? And what was that? You know what I mean? You can play it off all you want, guys.
Adam needs to be talked to.
Well, he was, and it wasn't enough, as always. There was no follow-up. There was nothing of any substance. He can lie about anything he wants to. Welcome, Kiki. Good to see you. Snooper, same to you. That's another good point, too. If she had her dad's attitude, which we were told she did. Yeah. And we know her sister's attitude. We know her mother's and her father's, both their attitudes. Put that all together in a mix like this, and hell yeah, some people, listen, The 4chan stuff, like I said, I believe about 40% of it. But a lot of people on 4chan, they were not fans of her at all. There's a lot of people that were in certain circles that didn't like her either. So it's not hard for me to believe that she was the target. And it's interesting how at one point Maddie was the target. And then after all is said and done, the end of this, then they go completely away from that. Well, we don't know who the target was. The house was the target. What?
I think there's a lot of possibilities here.
Sure.
That's, you get to think in one way and then you're like, oh, I'm going to go over here for a while and think about this, because it could have been it could have been the sorority or the fraternity.
I still think there's an involvement there with them for other reasons. And not to mention, don't forget, you guys, she was estranged from her family at that point too. She wasn't talking to them. She had blocked her siblings on her social media platforms, all that. What was going on? Okay. What went down that made her leave? Like right at the end of her college period of time, she was going to graduate Tuesday early. Was like she had to get away from there as fast as she could. And then she struggled making a decision on going back to be with her friends, which I would have thought, if it was me, this is it. I'm done with college after this. I'm going to enjoy the last of it the best I can. Say goodbye to my friends, and it's not going to even be an issue for me to think about. I may not have even left. She wasn't completely out of there. She still had stuff there.
And then we have Bethany, who don't even go to Idaho at all anymore.
Yeah, she's gone, right? And that's another big question, 100%. So,
I mean, did Bethany ever even, like, after Bethany, I don't know, after this all happened, has she ever even gone back?
Not that I know of. I don't know SRB. I was told two different things. One, that her aunt was the one that went with her to look at the car, but I've also heard that like the parents played it off like that never happened. They never mentioned that about the estrangement. So I don't know. You could be right. By the way, welcome. Good to see you. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to think, but I know what I am thinking. And I'm telling you, it looks like she's also the one that supposedly they had issues with, had issues with a stalker more than once. Mm-hmm. The only one ever mentioned in that situation. She's also the one that worked from home in that office downstairs doing whatever she was doing. There was accusations about that. There's a lot of different variations of things that could relate to her that could cause a problem. And there's things with her family, like you said, that could make things ugly for her too, Yeah, Kaylee paid for the Wi-Fi. That is true, Jesse.
But there's also
that's true too.
I mean, look at Xana's mom, look at Maddie's dad and stepmom. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of them have issues.
Yes. They sure do. They sure do. And that's why I thought for a while, I felt like maybe Xana and Ethan were targets, main targets, because we never got a time they got home. Maybe somebody followed them home. But recently, because of the injuries, the depth of the injuries, the lack thereof description for certain things that they didn't tell us that we know exist. And then going back to things Kim said to us. Wow. They really line up now. Okay. So shut up. It's got my mind stewing. It really does.
Could I
go ahead? Sorry.
Could I propose a different way to approach the new information that we have about the injuries, and rather than like theorizing one thing or another about it, maybe approach it like this: like, what would be the purpose of Olivia going on a channel such as Brian Enton's and putting out that type of information about experimental injuries? What is our takeaway from that? What is their end? Because it is to influence something, influence what people believe now that that information has come out about the injuries. For example, the reason that they're doing that is because the timeline, and this is just one example, this hive mind can fill in the blanks and come up with many others. But the injuries are so many and not all of them are fatal, so that the only way to explain that away is that Boogeyman wanted to experiment.
Could be. Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate that very much, brother. Could be. Yes. I definitely don't believe that it's who they're calling it as being him doing that. I mean, Brian, I can't see Brian being the person to do something like that, experimental shit and playing around. You know what I mean? But again, we're supposed to believe, Eddie, that all that happened in a 3-minute period of time. That's another issue too. And one person did it all in 3 minutes.
That's just crazy.
The post-mortem stuff and all that. I mean, no, that's not even remotely possible. I'm sorry.
And none of that's been confirmed, whether they're post-mortem or not.
Well, I'm saying if what she said, the prosecution told her that they were post-mortem wounds, their injuries, then yeah.
Well, for whatever that's worth, one have they been honest. So
that's a good point.
It seems like there was a lot of struggling before it was fatal.
Yeah, very much could. Well, see, that's another reason why I thought maybe the torture aspect would make some sense, because it could have been drug on, fighting, or wrestling around this, that, and then finally fatality. You know what I mean? But it could be, it couldn't be. It's just my mind is my mind. It's hard to shut it down when things start brewing in it. But I see what you're saying. I do, 100%.
I think the suspicious part, in other words, is that they're talking about it and that they're trying to be their own conspiracy theorists by saying that they're experimental in nature.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what they're doing. That's what Olivia and Brian Enton are doing.
Yeah, for sure.
And deliberately so, not innocently, right? I mean, they're not
no, I agree with
believing
that.
what they're saying. They are deliberately misguiding.
I believe that, and I do truly, with anything that comes out now, believe that it's all on purpose. There's no just by chance this happened. I truly believe it's all purposely being done. That I agree with. Yes. Thank you, Mama J, so very much. Appreciated. God bless. What time did Hunter J say Ethan messaged him trying to get him to go to the King Roadhouse that morning? Right off the top of my head, I can't tell you, Mama J. I would have to look it up. I will try to do that, though. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
That's right. I interrupted. Thank you, Mama J.
No worries.
So I guess what I'm saying is our part should be try to understand their motive for doing that. Why are they misguiding the public by saying what they're saying? That might be a better way. Our efforts might be better spent doing that than try to, take it one, assume one thing or another about it. Because then, well, never mind.
That's a good point to make, because again, yes, it seems to me that everybody was saying, well, Steve is quiet now, he's not talking out about this. Well, it just looks to me that Steve has sat down now and Olivia has stepped up and taken his place as the voice now. Okay. We see her now, we don't see him anymore. So that's all I'm telling you, that I believe that is. But I think it's all still directing a narrative, telling a story on purpose to keep the mindset the same for people, because they know that people are still looking at this. They know that people are questioning everything, period. Okay. And I think that's why it's on purpose. That's my opinion. So I agree with Eddie on that wholeheartedly. It's bothering me that I keep hearing people, oh, Maddie was the target. And my mind is like, no, she wasn't. Look at this. Look at that. You know what I mean? It bothers me. That's partly why I want to talk about it. But if there's something in that that'll help us get to another step in this, that's the other reason why too. So, but most importantly, we know that everything that we have been handed, I've said this 1,000 times, I'll say it 1,000 more. And I have to remind myself of this. Everything that we're handed, anything that we're purposely given, you can't take it as fact, in my opinion, folks, because why would they give it to us? They're not going to give it to us if it's real or if it's true. You know what I'm saying? So we have to remember that. or
if
look
they
at
want
it.
to push a certain narrative.
Yes, or look at it from the opposite of what it is. Like if they present us with that Dylan was wearing green pants that night, I'm going to automatically think that they were blue, not green. You know what I mean? That kind of a thing. So I don't know. I don't know for sure. That's why we do this.
Yes.
But
you're making perfect sense. It does make sense. And it is very true. They're not going to give us anything useful. And that's why I keep saying there are two efforts here. And the two efforts are separate and distinct from one another. And the two efforts being, one is what happened and who did it. And you're not going to really, I mean, yeah, it's interesting and we can spend time doing that, but that's a separate and distinct effort than Brian Kohlberger didn't do it.
well, yeah, of course. Absolutely it is.
I still think that he could be involved, Dago. They just have to prove to me that he is.
I see. I've tried, JC. I can't, and I
And
respect it.
I can't see any way that he is involved. But if they could prove it, absolutely. But I will never believe that he was in it alone.
Well, no, that's definite. But I just can't. I've
Whoever
tried.
thinks that this was done in 3 minutes or whatever by one person is absolutely insane.
I don't think even 3 people could do this in 3 minutes. There's too much that happened with 4 victims too, and too many little obstacles that had to be stepped over. Okay, even the reenactment that was done is such a joke to me because they didn't reenact it with people defending themselves during the situation, any of that stuff.
And Xana fought her tail off.
I believe that her and Kaylee both did. We're
Yeah.
hearing that people are running around the house. We're hearing that this is happening. That's happening. I don't believe it. And like I said, I have tried to put together the possibility of Brian Kohlberger being there with 1 or 2 other people. But here's one of the biggest issues with this. He doesn't know anybody and nobody knows him. I mean, I know he knows some people, but for him to get himself involved in, and this has definitely been, in my opinion, premeditated.
In something like this,
There's
that quickly?
Yeah, you don't know enough people to do that. So how? Okay, that's one big thing. And 2, there's nothing that connects him to anybody around that, not even their circle of people. Nobody that they themselves know them or themselves. There's nothing there that connects him to anything. So how? Explain that to me how. The car is bullshit. I've told you guys I don't believe that the car is anything. Now we know that. I think
Molly said she saw a tan sedan,
which I believe is the unmarked police car. Truly, okay.
Mhm.
And I still feel that the people that did this were on foot and left on foot. That's just my feeling. So I can't put Brian in this situation anywhere. I've tried, whether it's even as a driver. No, none of it fits or works.
Was he friends with anyone in the area?
That we know of? No. The only person we've ever been told that Brian had any kind of a friendship with was the Asian girl he worked with, who she wanted to be in a relationship with him, and whoever the motorcycle guy possibly was that he was sitting talking to the one night in the report we read. That's it. Nobody else, nothing else. There is nobody else. He wasn't there long enough. Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, we have to ask ourselves this question. If he's involved with others, then is the state interested in learning about any of that and who those their identities are?
Right. They sure didn't seem like it, did they?
Obviously not.
They've never brought that up or even remotely even remarked towards that, Eddie, that I can remember about anybody. Well, like you said before, I can't remember how you put it exactly, but it has to be him and just one person.
Yes, and he has to know nothing about it. That's why he's still here with us. If he knew anything about it, if he had information about it, if he took part in it, then he just wouldn't be here.
Yeah, 100%.
His innocence is what's, the reason why he's still with us. Complete innocence.
Yes. Good point.
That's how that works.
Very good point. Welcome, Dylan. Yeah. I mean, That's the only way that this will stay in play, folks. The whole narrative that they're running with this whole thing. To the aspect of who actually did it, who's involved in it, so on and so forth. That's a whole different part of the story. That's very important still. But him, no. Okay. And they will never not push that narrative, period. Because if it ever were to change up, they would have to explain, re-explain, and recreate this entire situation another way. They can't do it. They just can't. It would involve people, in my opinion, that would just destroy this entire community. That's just how I feel. So that'll never happen.
Guys, they know who it is. They already know.
I believe they do too. I do, Eddie. I agree with you wholeheartedly at this point. They know exactly what this is.
And they will never make that public. They'll never pursue them.
Nope.
They may never. Somebody may one day at a federal level, maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. But they will never do it. Never.
Yeah. I mean, if those individuals fall outside the boundaries of the law and get themselves, caught up in something else later, it's just a matter of time before, they're doing time.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I meant by that. 100%.
And sure, the long arm of the law has got their eyes on them. There's no doubt about that.
Well, absolutely. Because they have. Now, that's the thing. That's a good point you brought up, Eddie. They have to watch them. Because here's the thing. The people that truly did this, they have to watch them and know that that they can't do anything else. Because if they do something else and it comes out to be public, well, guess what's going to happen? We're going to be sitting here waiting very patiently and watching for that to happen and go, oh, wait a minute. 1 + 1 = 2. Boom. They can't allow that to happen. So these people will be watched very, very closely and very carefully, folks.
Lastly, I'll just say this. I hope you are all okay with never knowing what happened here, because that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think any of us, none of us are, but I think he's right. It'll never happen unless there's a slip up somehow.
Yeah, because you know what that would mean? That would mean that it would unravel what they've done in the case of Brian Kohlberger, and that it was that big of a conspiracy, and that's just never going to happen.
And that's the biggest side to this. And I hate to say it like this. I don't want to sound, that's another good point you made. I don't want to sound ignorant, but that's more important to the community and law enforcement and the judicial system. That's more important than the people that actually did this getting out. Is keeping what happened with Brian dead to rights a secret, period, no matter what happens. That's a fact. Can you imagine the jobs that would be lost or the charges that would be filed if that ever came out, what actually happened, and there was viable proof that Brian was framed?
Yeah, it's too big to fail. There's never this. It's not going to be that Scooby-Doo moment where, they almost got away with it too. If it wasn't for that Smarty
these meddling
Pants Miss
YouTubers
Taylor and her sidekick, the Smarty Pants Miss Massoff.
Yes,
it ain't going to happen that way.
Nope. Unfortunately, no. You are correct. Welcome, Dylan. But yeah, it's
what's up, guys?
Power versus the people, folks. That's where it's at. I've been saying it, and it's nothing more than that. But Eddie's right about that one thing is they absolutely know who's involved, and they have for a long time. Okay, which is hence the reason why we're where we're at with it now. Why it's been covered up. Everything that's happened, that's why. Okay. I can't tell you what that reason is, why those people are so important or whatever it is. I have an idea as to some of it, but not all of it. But just saying. No doubt the power positions in that town. Oh, very, very deep. 24, 100%.
Hey, Dago, I'd like to jump in first. Long time no talk. I don't know if you let Eddie know, but a couple weeks ago, you and I were able to speak a lot about this, and I got a second wind in the case recently with some more stuff coming out. And Eddie had brought something up earlier, just a couple minutes ago that I wanted to jump in and try to help answer for the group.
Go ahead. I'm going to step out and grab my drink, but keep talking. I can hear you. Go ahead.
And Eddie, it was along the lines you had started with why Brian Koberger, right? Kind of that's the question. It's kind of a question we're asking ourselves.
Sure.
And I explained to Eddie that myself and another group of people, basically since the early stages of this case, tried to answer these questions. And along that time frame, what we did was we put ourselves in Brian's shoes and we tried to think like Brian, move like Brian, not necessarily from the time he was in Washington or Idaho, but from Pennsylvania and how he got there. And what we found was that it was a pretty easy kind of formula to figure out why Moscow selected this individual. And we had figured out that that's what happened in this scenario. Someone from within Moscow on the scene that morning made the decision to pull Brian Koberger into the case. Now, whether that happened that day or in the weeks following when they were quote unquote investigating, we're not sure. But at some point, someone inside Moscow connected with Pullman and they found this individual. And so if we put ourselves in Brian's shoes, we are an individual that is awkward, shy, a little weird, that lives in middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania. So how and why does he get pulled across the country to Washington State University? These are questions that the public and us, we have to guess, right? But we have to make educated guesses on why an individual would make a cross country move like that. Someone who isn't good with people. We've seen by pictures of his apartment setup that he's a very strange liver in terms of like me and you would live, right? Typical couches and chairs and bedding isn't his thing, right? He's kind of living in a barrack style thing. So he's on this island all by himself. He's not only the best target, he is the easiest target for Pullman in Moscow. Not only do they know who Brian Koberger is because he's interviewed for jobs, he's tried to help them out and say, hey, you should try this in terms of solving other cases within the Moscow and Pullman area. And so they know Brian at this point. Now, it's not all documented. They're not, this isn't something they have a big file on Brian Koberger, but they're aware of him. They know he's a weirdo and they know he's by himself. They know he's from across the country. How do we know this? Because they're able to track him across the country when he goes home for Christmas break, right? How are they able to track them? Well, Moscow told them to, right? Moscow tipped off someone and they're like, hey, we'll cover up the invasion of privacy later. Pull this guy over. Let's see if we can get him. Okay. They don't realize that he's going to be with his dad. And so that throws them off because I think what they're trying to do is you have a dirty cop that they know along the way, get him and frame him that way. Have DNA on hand or fabricate it that way, but they're not able to do that, which causes them to have to break down his parents' door and find absolutely nothing, right? So we go back to the start again. Okay, so why Brian Koberger? Well, it was easy. Again, he's a weird dude. It fit. So that answers our question of why Brian. And that answers our question of why there's no follow-up. Because he didn't have family. He didn't have friends. He didn't have a public defender willing to tell the truth. He's literally on an island by himself and has no one, including these people like Dago, who are on these platforms. They can spew stuff and I can create all my different X accounts after the people who I believe are the killers. And get them banned because people know inside Moscow, they know who really did it. But like Dago was saying, taking out one random guy from Pennsylvania and pinning this on him is much cleaner than exposing what's really happening inside Moscow and the University of Idaho and the Moscow police and Frat Row and previous murders and suicides and interesting deaths along the way. All this stuff starts to get exposed. So for them, yeah, it's easy. Brian Koberger is the perfect fall guy because they can put him away. We don't even know if he's in jail. He could be. They could have stashed his parents somewhere in Alaska or somewhere in Idaho, and he's out on a farm working for someone. I don't know, right? But he might not be in maximum security prison because they know he didn't do it. So are they gonna cover it up by forcing him to be there? Someone gonna come knocking? Who's gonna come knocking? So as more documents come out and as more people start to question, I don't think we should necessarily give up and say we're not going to know what really happened. I think we do know what really happened, and I think the public's going to be able to know what really happened if we keep grinding a little more and don't give up on it just yet. But that answers a big question, I think. If you believe what that entails, there is that is a huge check mark of why they pinned it on him. And it also allows us to eliminate him from being involved at all, right? It just says, look, this guy is a random dude that they just pinned it on. He has nothing to do with anything. He didn't kill anyone. He wasn't involved. Moscow police didn't like him. They didn't hire him. Pullman didn't like him. He's a weird dude that was getting involved in their shit. So to think that this random guy has something to do with these random murders still to this day, I think is lame. I just don't. We haven't seen anything that connects him to it. Nothing. So I don't know why his name is even brought up for being involved. You lead that into the the Kaylee issue with Steve. And now the sister out speaking. Now we can focus on something like that, where it's like, what the hell is going on with this family? And do some digging and put yourself in their shoes. As a dad who, lost his daughter and he doesn't know what happened, but no one's telling him the truth. So when we put ourselves in Steve's shoes, we found ourselves doing a lot of the same things Steve would have done as a dad. From the outside, maybe not knowing exactly what happened, he's following the lead of the people investigating. And unfortunately, the people investigating were covering it up. So all of the information he got is bad. And he didn't give us any new information. I still don't believe Steve's seen the autopsy reports for Kaylee to this day. So there's a bunch of great stuff, and I think you guys should continue to keep grinding and discussing the case at a very high detailed level, and use your common sense and your critical thinking skills, and put yourself in the shoes of these kids and individuals and Brian, and say, how could you get into a position to commit these crimes, and what crimes happened? Because we don't want to try to solve a crime that we don't know happened. We were told there were 4 murders. I still haven't seen evidence of 4 murders. I don't know about you guys, but that's just me. I've seen evidence of a little foul play outside of an apartment with some blood, and I've seen some black boxes. And I've been told that there were 4 dead bodies in there. But I think there's more to it than that. And cause of death. All things that we should continue to question until we see evidence that tells us a different story. And I think using Dago as your guys' host and keep expanding on different platforms like Facebook and X and Reddit or whatever, and keep reaching out to the City of Moscow Attorney's Office and ask why we can't see evidence, and asking for forms from Idaho State Police and the FBI, and reaching out to governors and mayors and their local people and ask, have you guys seen any evidence? It doesn't hurt to question people. A lot of these people involved are public servants that we employ, and we have the right to ask, what they know and what information they have, and they are required by law to give us that information. And we shouldn't stop until we see all of that. And then we'll be able to get the truth that Eddie doesn't think we're going to be able to get, but Eddie's going to help us find that truth. So keep grinding, and Dago, if you ever need anything, you can always holler. Is he gone?
Oh, we can't hear him. That's where that noise is coming from. Dago, we can't understand
That's
a
all
word
for
you
me.
say. No, we can't. You sound like a chipmunk. You sound like Alvin. Yeah, it's still not. You're still not able to be understood. And neither can chat. They can hear me just fine, I believe. They heard Dylan just fine. Translated. Well, Dylan had a lot to say there. He covered a lot of ground. I'll try to speak to some of it. Yeah, they found the perfect sucker in Brian Kohlberger, it seems. He is, and I think most of us understood what he was saying when he said he was an awkward liver. And I think most of us appreciated that because it was he's got a way with words. It was a unique way of putting it. I guess we're all livers since we're living. No, Dago, it's still not working. I'm the star of the show. So I'll keep talking a little bit about when Dylan was sharing what he had to say. Yeah, these documents and this information that they're slowly making public, will it ever lead to the truth? And the answer is no to that, my opinion. And again, that's separate and distinct from proving that Brian Kohlberger is innocent. Those are, in other words, like if Ann Taylor and Brian Kohlberger went to trial, her job is not to try to solve the mystery of what happened. Her job would simply be to ensure that her client is found innocent. So as far as what really happened that night, that's not her part. And beyond that, and in addition to that, rather, the state, like Dago said, the state is not going to allow information to come out that is going to prove that they were framing, and that the conspiracy is so deep in all of the people that had to be involved in framing him. That's just never going to come to light. Can you imagine if it did? How did Hitler say it? At one point, he said, that's something that could cause people to become disbarred.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. I don't know what's going on today. Hey, Lucy. I didn't get to hear most of what you said, but the end part, and I agree with that very much.
Yeah, Dylan had a lot of good points.
Agreed. I do agree. Yes, as long as I'm not a chipmunk, that's all that matters.
Right about the point. I'm sorry, Dago.
No, I was just going to say thank you, Dylan, for your input and your time. Go ahead, Eddie.
Right about the point where he mentioned your channel and Taylor, not how did he say it? Not proclaiming his innocence.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm paraphrasing it the best I can, but I know it's a bit off there. But I didn't step in there. I allowed him to continue. But if I did step in, I would say, no, she did proclaim his innocence and shouted it from the rooftops.
That's how I feel about it too, 100%.
I know some people don't see it that way. I don't know how they can't see it. Maybe in their mind they expected it to look differently, but that's just how that process goes. That's how that process looks. That's all that can be done.
Right.
Imagine if she said something. What she's supposed to go, before the press conference, with all, stand up there with all those microphones and then say something pre-trial. They can only use that against her. They would make her look ridiculous no matter how on point she was. So think Brian Koberger can't say anything. He can't even do anything beyond just sit there like statuesque in the courtroom. If he does, they'll destroy him. And for as many eyes that are on Brian Koberger, there's as many or more on the defense team. So every word spoken and every mannerism of the defense was on trial too. So yeah, she couldn't have said anything different or did anything different.
Good point. I do agree, sir. I do agree. No, I won't be giving up on this until I see some answers to something. At least and even then, if I'm not happy with it, I won't then, because it's just not right. None of it is at all. Absolutely great points. And thank you, sir, for interjecting that as well. Again, Dylan, thank you. JC, thanks for joining us as well. So I with what I was saying, though, I do feel comfortable in saying, like I said, that I think that Kaylee was very well possibly the main or a main target in this. I'll just say it that way. Sorry about the squirrel or chipmunk thing. My apologies. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I need a new mic. I don't know. Hey, Moonbreaker, good to see you. I just think YouTube's having issues today because of how it started off. But next, I'm gonna jump next into the where are we at? Yeah, we got time for that one for sure. Typically good to see you today. I do, Susan. I think that the Innocence Project has been watching this from the beginning, like AR said. When he spoke to them, that's what they told him, that they've been watching it, but they were blocked on it. They couldn't do anything. Will they step in now? I'm sure if they were looking at it then, I'm sure they're looking at it now. So, was it that funny? Did it really sound like high pitched or something, Eddie?
Yeah, it sounded just like Alvin.
How the hell would that even happen? That's wild. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yes, typically I'm feeling good. I'm doing good. Thank you. Very weird. At least it was funny. It's worth laughing at least. Angel D, my favorite Aussie. Good to see you.
There you go. The last really interesting thing Dylan was that he brought up.
Yeah.
It all revolves around what Ann Taylor said in a hearing. She says, how does Brian Koberger come to the state's attention? We're still not sure how the state decides on Brian Koberger.
No. How did you? Right.
I don't think they have the answer to that question to this day.
They don't. They never gave an answer when she said that, Your Honor, I'd like to know. I think she stood there and she put her hand on Brian's shoulder and said, how the prosecution or state or whatever has arrived at my client being the suspect in this case. I think that was the same hearing that she brought up the fact that she believed that the sheath was placed there. So, very good point.
So to go along with what Dylan was saying is a fascinating talking point, because do they not know that it's going to be him during those press conferences? That was the 16th, the 20th, the 23rd. Do they still
Yeah.
not know that then? And then, but their mindset is it's going to be some poor sucker.
Like, when did it become Brian? And at that point, they were just going to grab some Joe Schmo off the street, whatever. See, I still think it's possible, Eddie, because of some other things that fell into play with this, that maybe this is just a maybe, folks, because there was a connection of some sort. Maybe they were going to try to blame it on Brent Kopacka because of his background, because of his instability and his things like that. And then that all went haywire and didn't play out right. And then what did they do? Well, then they had to find another person to put this on. And I think maybe that's how it came into play, possibly. This is just a thought. There's no facts proving this. But if we look backwards at how things happened, in things that he even said himself, it could have been. That could have been what it was. And it didn't work. So then they had to jump to, plan B, whatever you want to call it. Hey, Hoppy, good to see you.
No matter what, it was never their intent to have it be the people that really
No.
did it. You got to understand that going into it.
Absolutely could not be.
And is it because he drove a white Elantra and he was out driving that night? What if he had company over that night and he was home and there was someone else there with him?
An actual alibi.
Home.
Yeah.
Or he was at the other's house, at a gathering and there's people around him. Then it's not him, it's somebody different.
Well, it would have had to have been, Eddie. If Brian had a real deal, real world, what you want to call it, alibi, I think his alibi is fine. But something that puts other people there to see him doing what he's doing, they had no choice but to find somebody else. Then what? You know what I mean? So did they choose him based on the fact that he didn't have that he was an outsider, that he didn't have a close realm of friends that he hung out with regularly, that he was a loner? Is that how he was picked for this? Because he was picked for this, truly. Okay.
Yeah.
We do know when something Dylan mentioned too was how did Brian end up all the way across the United States in Washington, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Was it something in relation to the fact that one of his professors at DeSales put in a what do you call that, guys? Not a come on, like a reference for him at Washington State because of being his teacher. He was such a good student. But we did hear that his teacher, she made reference to that place for him to go there. And I heard that she talked to people at Washington State about Brian. Did they get to that point that way? Did it happen when he interviewed with Janke over at Pullman? Is that when they decided on him? When did it happen? It's a great question. And how? What was the decider? Like Eddie said, can you imagine? What if Brian would have amazingly had a girlfriend over that night, or had company, or was at somebody else's house or something? Who would we be talking about right now today? Obviously somebody else, that's a great thought, a very interesting thought. It's definitely wild.
Yeah. Because their other option is
to tell the truth.
Well, to just not solve the crime.
Yeah, it would have went cold. And this, well, see, that was never in the books, in my opinion.
Right.
That could
and that
never
really
have
makes
happened.
them look bad.
Yeah, that would have never happened, only because of the university. It could have never happened because of the university, because again, they weren't going to take the chance of losing the client, the income. Okay, if you take that chance of losing that income, that could shut down both the university and the city. So that couldn't happen. That's why there was such a push to get somebody in custody. So they hurried up and got this guy. I keep cutting out. I don't know why it's doing this today, you guys. I don't know why. I'm gonna mess with
not
this.
Since you resolved your Alvin and the Chipmunk sound.
Okay.
At least not from what I'm experiencing. As far as chat goes, I can't speak for them, but
right.
So far so good.
Knock on wood, I hope. But yeah, that's truly what I think there. I'd be curious to see if Brian would have came with another alibi or something that night, or somebody, a witness to his alibi, how that would have changed things. You know what I mean? I'm curious, real curious. That's an interesting thought.
Well,
No,
all the
there's
interesting,
no wind. Go ahead, bud.
all the interesting things I had to respond to Dylan's.
Yeah, yeah.
What he shared is about it. So
No,
if you
he
want to
made
move
some.
to the next.
He made some interesting statements. He's given me his list of suspects, and I can't say I disagree. He's got good theories and feelings on this, that match up with a lot of what we've stated. The more I look at this, I keep looking at Kaylee and why people have distanced themselves from there. And there's something else we're going to get into too that is really surprising here. But we're going to go and look into the Docket's video and review that and discuss that and break it down, because there's a lot of questions now that I have. And again, folks, I want you to understand the video that we're about to review, Docket put out, it was in regards to Dot. I was part of the group of people that debunked her. Okay. Now that that's been done, she and herself debunked herself. Now I have questions. I want to know some things, and we're going to discuss those things about what she says here, because now I'm kind of floored. Okay. There's things that she talks about in this interview, the questions I was asking myself, and this is going to be hard because I hate listening to myself, but myself and CJ were asking, I think Rolo Moto was even there, that were answered then that have come out to be true now. How is this possible? And that's what we're going to discuss with this, because I have a lot of questions after watching Docket's video, and I was like, oh my God. Kane brought it up the other day and I forgot all about it. So I went back and watched it. Just wow. That's all I can say. And I'm really curious to hear your guys' thoughts on this as well. So let's check it out. And again, if there's any audio issues or anything, please let me know. I'm sorry if there is.
They were mutilated. I don't know what I can say. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but I can say that they were. It was not like somebody had a butcher knife or anything like that. Like the wounds were equivalent to something that was much like huge gaping wounds.
See, it is confusing, Busy, and that statement alone that he clipped in there blows my mind, because we've been told recently by looking at the injuries that they were mutilated to some aspect. Okay, so what in the hell? That's all I'm saying.
Not
like
like
maybe like a machete.
Like I'm talking like if you think about being a hunter and if you think about a deer and all that, if you can go through that process in your head, like it was to that equivalent, if not worse. Like okay. So it's not just like a stabbing situation. It was really like something very sinister.
How do you know that? How do you know that? If I
Well, I know from Dylan.
So
he told me from what Hunter knew.
Welcome back to Docket Decoder. So this past week, Judge Hippler finally released a few more documents from the sealed files in the Brian Kohberger case, continuing his slow drip of information for those.
Oh, I didn't even see you, Lucy. Hey, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
Of us out here still digging for the truth around this horrific case. Some of the information that we got access to recently included information about the injuries that the 4 victims sustained during the homicides on King Road. It's clear from what we have learned that the injuries the victims sustained are far worse than what we were originally led to believe. This was not a case of 4 people being stabbed to death quickly and quietly while they slept. It could easily be argued that all 4 of them sustained substantial defensive wounds as they attempted to fight back against their attacker or attackers. Learning more about the injuries is what brought me back to what we're going to look at in today's video. I recently made a video where we looked at one of the early peripheral voices in the Idaho 4 case. Specifically, that video focused on an individual who claimed to be close to Dylan Mortensen's inner circle. When I use the term peripheral voices, I'm referring to individuals who are not officially tied to the case. They haven't necessarily been identified by law enforcement or the prosecution or even the defense, but they are individuals who have come forward claiming some type of connection to the case and also claim to have some information that catches the attention of those of us following the case. Some of the better known examples of these peripheral voices would include WSU mom Kim and the University of Idaho student who went by the pseudonym of Dave. The clip I showed at the beginning of this video comes from one of my personal favorite creators, True Crime Design. The person you heard in that video was an individual who went by the pseudonym Dot. And in that clip, you heard her detailing some information about the severity of the injuries of at least 2 of the victims. Dot claimed that she had gotten that information from her friend, Dylan Mortensen. She claimed that Dylan had heard those details from Hunter, who we know did enter the house before police arrived on scene, where he is believed to have viewed both Ethan and Xana's bodies, leading me to believe that those would be the 2 victims that Dot is referring to. The information we have learned recently seems to verify at least that claim that Dot previously made about the injuries sustained by these 2 victims. I do think it's important to note that Dot came forward with her story more than 2 years ago. To the best of my knowledge, she first appeared on a panel during a live stream on the channel Evil CJ in late July 2023. Now that panel was hosted in part by Dago from the True Crime Cafe, and what she shared that night raised a lot of eyebrows. I remember hearing her story and realizing that if her story was indeed true, it would completely alter almost everything that law enforcement had been telling us about the case. At the time, most people quickly wrote her off as unreliable. Her story contained lots of contradictions to the information from the probable cause affidavit, which at that time was the source of the vast majority of the information that we knew about the case. But now, 2 years later, we have way more information than that. And the PCA has been shown to be an unreliable source of information. So I believe it's time to revisit Dot's story. I want to hold it up to the light of all that we know now and see how well it actually holds up. Personally, I don't know how credible or not credible her story is. However, I do believe that her story, for the most part, has aged well. And by that, I mean that much of what she described lines up uncannily well with the details now confirmed through police reports and investigative documents. Before we listen to her story, though, I want to watch a short clip of a panel on the True Crime Cafe channel discussing and reflecting on the things that Dot had shared just the day before. In this clip, they're discussing one of the aspects of Dot's story that they thought was the most difficult to believe, which was the response that Dot claimed to have gotten from law enforcement when she said she went to the Moscow Police Department to report the information. Basically, she indicated that she had not been interviewed by any law enforcement agents, but she had simply been given a piece of paper to fill out. I would assume it was some sort of a tip form. So she filled it out, slid it back under the glass to the individual manning the lobby, and then she never heard anything else from them.
What's up, Outcast? Good to see you, brother.
About it.
But yeah, that is the biggest problem, biggest issue I have with this whole thing. Why? I can't imagine any law enforcement agency doing this. And
they would have stopped her from walking out that frickin' door If
and
you know what I mean, they would have stopped her right there and said, "Get back
she
in
wouldn't
here,
have
and
left
sit
without
down.
a she
Tell
would
us
not have left
everything
without
that
a
you know."
business partner.
Did anybody catch Lana's live last night?
No.
Why would
No.
we?
No.
Because it's kind of pertinent to what you were just saying. Of you can't imagine LE turning a blind eye to this stuff, and how incompetent would they be if they did. But listening to her live last night, she goes through the Officer Tolleson and how he dealt with that chiropractor murder, Dr. Drake and Dr. Moore. And she really did a deep dive through the documents and the stories and the holes in the stories. And I mean, it was horrifying. If true, it does not.
It exists out there. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying
I
that it
am not
don't.
gonna say
But
words.
this is some crazy.
Thank you, Annie. I
This is
appreciate it. I
another
do believe
level.
it did.
It seems clear from this clip that at that time, it was hard to imagine that law enforcement would possibly respond to such important information in this manner. However, I do think that now, 2 years later, this response from MPD not only seems like it's possible, I think many people would argue that it's highly probable that this would be how they would respond.
No, that video was from almost 3 years ago, Miss Pottage.
They had tunnel vision by this point, and their tunnel vision set in the moment that they decided Brian Kohberger was their man. So any information that came along that didn't support that story was going to be of little to no value to their investigation. So let's go ahead and listen to her tell her story. When this is over, let me know what you think. Is she credible? Is she not credible? What parts were convincing or what parts do you have doubts about? Be sure to like and subscribe and let me know in the comments below what you think.
I'm just saying that, like, I was good friends with Dylan, and I was at an apartment party that night, very close by, you know, and there's things that I heard and observed, and I went to the police and tried to tell them that, me and several other people, and they weren't very interested, you know. And I'm just trying to tell my part because it's really traumatizing to experience what I experienced with what happened, you know, and everything that I know. It's very hard to feel that every day.
Sure, absolutely. What if I can ask? Yeah, right. If I can ask, what agencies did you go to?
I just went to local law enforcement. Like, I didn't push anything really, because once I went to them, they kind of made it seem like they kind of knew, they had figured out what they were doing. Yeah, they made it
they
kind
had
of
their
seem,
narrative.
yeah, they were they were not listening at all, but they were kind of reluctant to like really be interested in it. So I felt like, okay, well, I feel like an idiot. I'm coming with this, and like what I have to say is not important. So I never pursued it after that, and neither did anybody that I knew, you know, that my friends were at the party. We never like try to pursue it, but it's like I hear and see all these things, and it's really hard. What I have told a few people, like literally 2 people, I've told this story before a couple weeks ago, and it was that when I woke up in the morning, I woke up around maybe about 8:15, the latest maybe 8:30, and I smoke cigarettes, so I went outside to the balcony to smoke a cigarette because we don't smoke in the apartment, and I seen 5 people outside in the backyard area of the house.
Can you describe? Okay, I've heard that part of that story.
Yes.
Can you? And I know you're not going to say if you know who they are or any of that, but can you describe what male, female, black, white, Asian, any of that kind of thing?
Yeah. So there was 3 males and 2 females. One of the males was like very pale and had light colored hair. There was a black male. There was another guy that I had never really even seen before, that was kind of just like had his hoodie up. I believe I seen Dylan out
What
there.
color was the hoodie?
What color was the hoodie? Yeah.
I want
Was
to
he
say
older?
like navy blue, like maybe like
dark.
probably a dark blue. I
How many
barely could.
feet approximately do you think you were away from the group?
I want to say probably less than 35 feet.
Less than 35. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty close, actually. 35 feet. That's pretty
The apartments that I was at, there was a balcony, and if you go to the right of the balcony, the house is literally like next to my shoulder on the right hand side.
So when I heard that, I automatically assumed she meant right here, like right in this vicinity right here. Okay. Because if you're looking on a balcony, I don't see anything else with a balcony right around like that close. 35 feet is pretty close. And to have a balcony that would show the house to the right of you, that's got to be right here. That's always what my thought was. I could be wrong, but that's what I took it as, just so everybody knows.
So it's like
there's the apartment.
Oh, that house.
It's
Straight back.
literally there, and we had a lot of people
I gotcha.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, we were partying just like an average night. We had a lot of people in the apartment. We partied all the time. There was always ruckus that was going on through the neighborhood. You know, for the most part, I never really seen or heard anything that was really strange up until.
I want you guys to understand something. I'm reviewing this because it was requested a lot, and I love everything Docket does. But I'm not saying that I believe what she states. I'm telling you, I have big questions now with what we know as to how this came out the way it did when it did at that time. Is all I'm saying. So, funny that balcony, we already know that's where the party story came from, isn't it? And Hunter left that morning. Yeah, see? Like I said, on we go.
Like about 3 a.m. But in the morning, I remember seeing Dylan because I know Dylan, she's taller, so I can kind of pick her out. And I know Emma was there, and Emma's friend. And there was a guy that was also like I said, really pale. I wasn't sure who he was with light colored hair. And there was another guy that had a hoodie on that I couldn't identify. But they were all just literally passing a joint around because they would wake up and smoke. And they were just all smoking. Like, I would have never guessed anything happened at that house when I woke up that morning until I found out later. I didn't leave until like 1:30. But I would have never guessed that anything happened because they were just out smoking like normal. Like, nothing had happened.
And this was at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, about 8:30. I didn't leave till 1:30.
And so, who was the everybody? She's using a voice changer, guy. People in chat, they're saying she sounds older. That's why. And again, that's what we were told. But that's her voice that we found out later on. I guess she told us she was using a voice changer, though. I don't want anybody to be confused.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you're saying that you saw a pale guy with light colored hair and a blue hoodie, Dylan, Emma, a black guy, and somebody else you said?
Yeah, well, no, the light color, the guy that had like the really light skin that was pale, he didn't have the blue hoodie. That was separate. There was the other guy. The guy, there was one guy that I don't know if it was blonde hair, very light colored skin and colored hair, like really pale. And then there was another guy that had like the navy blue, like darker hoodie, and kind of like from the angle that I was at, I couldn't really actually see his face to really know who he was.
Have you watched any of the drug check videos?
Did you see them on the drug check video?
Yeah, I've watched them. I followed like when all this stuff happened and the things transpired the way they did. You know, I followed a lot of the stuff, and it's been crazy. All the speculation, the things that some people say that people that I knew, and it's really hard when you hear and see these things, and these are people that you went to school with or you hung out with, or you know what I mean, you went to a party with. It's hard to see this stuff, It really is.
Well,
Yeah, like a lot of people will say, well, like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Like, I was just a party goer. Like, at the end of the day, like, I was just somebody that was at a party, like, getting drunk, having a good time. Like, I was not somebody that was being aware and was, like, looking for anything or anything. Like, I was just a party goer, you know? And it just happened to be at the time that these things happened, you know? And so it's not, you know, nothing was just like I was there and, you know, zeroed in, but I did hear things and I did see things
but
in
the
the
fact
morning.
that there was 5 people in the back.
Welcome, Docket. I'm glad to see you could join us today. Appreciate you. Good job on this video again, by the way, as always.
Thank you, sir. You
Oh,
hear
yeah.
me?
Yeah. Sorry. I thought it was me again. You're good. Great to have you. But like I said, I'm kind of actually glad you put this out, because knowing what we just found out over the past like month or so, even though you know my situation with her with this whole thing, I have big questions like, how did this happen now? I want to know everything about how this went down, because now it makes even less sense to me of who she supposedly was and wasn't saying the things she's saying. It blows my mind now. You know what I mean? It just makes zero sense. So great job with this. I really appreciate you putting it out.
Well, thank you, sir. And I just want to say that I hear an echo. Is that because of the StreamYard?
It's because of the video. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I without a doubt, I think she's talking about the Queen Road apartments.
Yeah.
In other interviews I watched, she describes it a little more detail. And I think I know exactly the apartment she'd been in that night based on the things she said. But
I agree with you.
There was a lot of confusion around that. And I don't think that was largely Dot's fault. It was some of the creators on the panels that she went on, I think, had very strong agendas to shut her down.
Mm-hmm.
And they were confusing her a lot with the questions and then taking her answers and twisting them. And so I had a lot of issues with the people that were.
Yeah, I when we first did this, just to give a little bit of a background, because there's a lot of people here that weren't around back then. Me and him had talked in the background because she kept coming in the chat. She kept saying things. Coming, the moderators were like, this person really knows something, blah, 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 blah. And me and him were looking at each other like, what do you want to do? Like, what do you think? And we're like, well, let's question her, but let's phrase the questions so that it'll be easy to kind of tell if she's telling the truth or not. You know what I mean? To some aspects. So we tried to do that. The next day, there was other people that came out and said, you know, I've told the world that I debunked her to some aspect, blah, 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 so on and so forth. She herself debunked herself and said that she wasn't Dot, blah, blah, blah. Riley Lively came out, proved who she was, Braden, blah, 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 all that stuff. Okay, we know all that. Here's the question. Here's the issue with this now. You know, I was polite to her still. You know, I wasn't rude or mean or called her out or nothing like that, because everybody has the opportunity to say things. I wondered back then, I mean, CJ had even talked about it. Is she doing this because are all these things coming out this way? And is this weird because she's afraid for her life? Was she threatened? What was the deal? We didn't truly know anything back then. You know what I mean? My biggest issue is the things that she talked about. This was, what was this? July of 23, I think it was, or 23. Yeah, 23.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah. How did she know the things that we just found out a month ago back then? If she's not the person she claims she was, then she has to know somebody, Docket, is what I'm saying. She has to know somebody that is either that person or close to that person. That's the only way you could have these answers. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
and I don't think she was telling someone else's story. I know that was what she said at one point. That somebody had asked her basically to pretend like that
right
he was her or whatever. But when you go and listen to her answering questions and stuff, I don't buy that. You know, I think either she made this all up or she was giving some truth. And I don't know if, you know, obviously if she's transgender, there potentially is a lot of shame around that. And, you know, people were even digging into that aspect and really giving her
I don't.
So there's parts of her life she may just wanted to keep quiet, and
I agree. I agree.
They were getting exposed, and obviously she was not the most honest person. I'm not in any way saying that. I don't know what to believe and what not to believe.
Right.
But she told enough things that are true that I would like to explore it and understand a little bit better where she got those things.
Exactly.
The reaction that this video got from some people, first of all, I would say I'm not at all surprised. I kind of went back and forth with this video more than I have on any other video as far as what to put in it, what not to put in it.
Right,
you know, I was fully aware of all of the drama that had happened around Doc. I went back and watched all those live streams that Jules is playing now and stuff, you know, saying I understand why they say it was debunked. And
I know what you're playing at, and I know where you're at with it. And I respect your side to it. That's why I wanted to make sure everybody knows that. And I know nobody in this community will come at you and say anything crazy to you because this community doesn't do that. But I want anybody that even thinks about it, don't even think about it. Respect the man. What he's doing, he's making me. This made me. I watched this 2 days ago. I think it was. I can't remember how long ago you put it out. Was it 2 or 3 days ago? I think.
No.
It made me question things. It brought things to surface that people forgot about from 2 years ago. And now, like I just said to him, you guys, how in the hell did she know this if she wasn't that person? Okay. And even if she wasn't that person, why did she do this? Now, there was other things that happened along with this, you guys. This Kim was still around then. Okay. And was calling me on my phone, telling me that Dot was petrified, that people were threatening her life. And like, she didn't know what to do. And can I help her? And this and that. I didn't know what to do with this either, other than that. And all I said to her, I said, like, if you're not being real, then you need to come clean. This is not the right way to do this, so on and so forth. And at some point she did, but I don't know. Here's my thing. Did she do it because of pressure, or did she do it because of fear? Did she do it because she did it because it was real? You know, and she was just being, I faked it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's bothering me so badly though, because if you faked this, how did you know all this shit? That's all I'm saying. Because she's got some things.
Is it possible that she wanted to come forward with the information, like that everyone says, you know, had to do with information?
Right.
But she also didn't necessarily want to come forward publicly and expose herself, especially given that she's transgender, and I don't know where she is in that process, and I don't know
right.
what her friends and family know about that and stuff. So it makes sense that there'd be a big part of her that she didn't want to, like, she wanted to come forward and give this information, but do it in a way where she doesn't have to deal with all the drama that she ended up having to deal with.
Sure.
And I think if there's an element on top of that where she legitimately was scared for her life, which given that what had just happened to 4 people in that house, I think anyone would be somewhat scared, you know, to come forward with that information that she had.
Yes.
And so when she comes out, people don't believe her and start calling her a liar. And then people start digging in and exposing the parts of her life that she didn't want to put on. It makes sense to me that she would then try to detach herself from all of it.
Agreed.
And you know, is it possible that her story to try to detach was, this wasn't me, this was a friend, I just came forward and said it, you know, kind of like.
I mean, and that's absolutely possible. I mean, at this point, like I said, yes, because this doesn't make sense, dude. It doesn't make sense how this all played out. I was never the type of creator to like dig into her or any of that. I didn't do any of that. I just played out what I was given. When we found out what it was, I would never attack anybody. I mean, anybody that watches me knows that about their lifestyle choices and stuff like that. I would never take that and hold that against anybody. That's ignorant. But that doesn't mean many other people wouldn't. And here's the thing: even if she was who she said she was, but like trying to kind of keep it on the down low, there could be a fear element there. If she knows something, truly, that's a problem, folks, because that's why it was so interesting for us to hear this person come out and say this, because nobody else had done that. Okay. Nobody. And like you pointed out in the beginning of your video here, the thing that bothered me the most about this is that I specifically asked her those questions on purpose about law enforcement. Who did you speak to? You know, I'm trying to get kind of to figure out how that played out, that they didn't show any interest in it, as she said, so on and so forth. But they didn't, according to what she said. Nobody, and we never heard anything about a witness coming forth in any of the reports or any of the documents that we read. None of the Moscow reports, the ISP reports, refer to any kind of an interview with somebody like this ever. Because the facts that she tells us in this, if they're true, they were never talked about anywhere ever. Okay, that puts Dylan behind the house at 8:30 in the morning, like nothing happened, and whoever else is back there, including possibly Emma Bailey, Demetrius Robinson. She named a couple people by name, which was a big part of this story at one point. Okay, so I don't know. You know, I don't know what to think with this. That's why this is very interesting, and I'm grateful you did this. You know.
And one of the other elements that I didn't mention in the video that I think was something that was at least in the back of my mind as far as why I went forward with this is I believe that there was a cleanup, a pretty substantial cleanup done during that 8 hours.
Right.
I don't see how you can not come to that conclusion at this point.
Sure.
And then therefore I also think that Dylan was a part of that cleanup. I don't know how she was in the house all the time and that people came in and cleaned up to that degree and they weren't aware of that. So Bethany, I'm baffled by Bethany at this point. I don't know if she was in the house, if she wasn't. I don't understand the text messages with her. She confuses me in all aspects of this.
I
believe Dylan was part of the cleanup, and I don't think she did it alone. And so my thought is that group of people behind the house that morning is the cleanup crew. That's who was brought in to clean up.
That's a good point. And that reminded me of hearing this again. Remember, I think you were here for a couple of times that I keep bringing up this SUV that shows up at 429 to the house. Is that these people maybe that she was referring to? Did they help with this situation? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. But it keeps flicking these little switches in my head like, holy shit, could this be this? Could this be that? You know what I mean?
Dot knew details about the house. More came out in other interviews that she did, but specific things about like that there was a table on the back porch that was used to hold the door open because the sliding glass door had something funny about it. She didn't know that because she was telling a friend's story. She knew that if that's true, she knew that firsthand because she'd seen it. She knew about the divot in the floor outside of Dylan's room and that likely would cause someone to trip who didn't know the house that was walking through it in the dark. She knew about that. It's like, I just don't think that she knew
like
those things.
She's been in the house herself. Yeah, like, you know, even if Dylan were to tell her these things because she's friends with Dylan, nobody's going to mention to their friend that the floor's unlevel in front of my door. They're not going to put that detail out there, folks. That's a detail that you experience personally. Okay, that's something that is a personal thing to you. You know, yeah, I agree with that. And there's other things she said too that just I'm baffled right now because of what happened 3 years ago and now. I don't understand this, so that's why we're doing this.
And one last thought on it is that this is kind of another big theme that I've gone back to when I've reviewed this. Is if we're going to decide we have to throw everything she said out because she's a liar, who are we left with, and what information are we left with in this case? Basically, none. I'm not aware of anybody that we know is being honest in this case, from the judge down.
Yeah.
And so if we're going to start throwing people out just because we know they're liars, we know that they're not honest, then we have to throw a whole lot more people out than just Dot.
Throw it all out. Yes, I agree with that too. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Now, another thing that you know that she's been out, she resurfaced recently with Outcast and a couple other people.
I didn't know that when I made the video, but I think it might have been Lucy Morningstar filled me in on that since then. And I was not aware that she'd resurfaced until just recently.
Yeah, she resurfaced, and I was telling everybody, listen, this is what the story is behind this so that you don't get confused. I remember dealing back with this 3 years ago, blah, blah, blah. Lucy did a video about it too. So I want everybody to perceive it their own way. I don't want you to let me make you think something or Docket to make you think something or anything like that. That's what the point of these videos is for, is you read this how you read it. Okay. Whenever you watch the video, you're done with it. You perceive it how you do. That's it. That's what it's all about, guys. So please make sure you do that. Make your own decisions based on it with what we know. It's very hard for me to not listen to it. And I'm, like I said, I'm completely baffled. She should
know about the dog. How did she know that? How did she know that they were out? Not only that the dog was out, but they were out actively looking for the dog.
That blows my mind.
No one had talked about that.
Nope. Nobody knew that until we got the reports out, guys.
The only way you knew that is if you were out there and heard somebody calling for the dog and whistling.
Now, and the only thing I have is the timeline that she gives it. I think she said 3 something, I think. And then a little after 3, she hears the loud scream. I got goosebumps because I'm like, holy shit. Like, how do you know this? Agreed.
And she also says repeatedly that, like, I didn't know anything was going on. Like, she wasn't tracking the time. Like, her times might be off. Like, that doesn't debunk her. That just shows she says I was drunk and high. So like, I was there partying. I wasn't there trying to solve a murder. I wasn't there trying to record history.
Exactly.
Like, she was there partying, and then she just happened to notice these things and is recounting supposedly to the best of her ability. Granted, I understand she may be lying. I'm not saying that any of this is real.
Well,
but we have to figure out why she knew these things. If she made the whole thing up, how did she nail these things?
The only other answer I have, Docket, for that one, and that's the only way that I've allowed this to stay what I believe that it is in my mind, is Brett Norton was connected to her. Brett Norton was also connected to Steve Gonsalves. And to me, and until we realized what Brett was doing, okay. So a lot of the stuff she got, I know she had to have gotten from Brett. I'm almost positive that two could have been doing this together, okay? And the stuff Brett had was coming from Steve personally. I had those text messages. I'm sure you saw those too that were put out. That's the only other thing that still gives me solace in what I know. Okay, do you know what I mean? But besides that, even the stuff that she was talking about then, we never found out about until just a month ago or so. That's the other thing that bothers me. Big time bothers me. So if this stuff was known back then, it had to have been from either a law enforcement officer or a family member. Truly, honestly, that's the only way. So that I'll say that out loud. But besides that, it's a wild situation. And the stuff, like I said, some of this stuff that when you hear it stated, like the dog barking thing like that, it kind of gives you goosebumps. You're just like, holy shit, how did you know that? You know what I mean? It's very weird. Great video, though. It really is.
Well, and I'm going to have to hop off here soon. I'm sorry I couldn't stay on longer.
No,
I've got to go be my kid's personal Uber driver for the night.
I get it.
Start running the practices and stuff. But I wanted to jump on while I could, and I appreciate you showing the video. And yeah, I'm not endorsing Dot. I'm not saying that anything about her is real or isn't real, but it is absolutely worth a look. And the fact that it angers people so much that we want to look at it is weird to me. I don't understand that either.
I get it. Like I said, at this point in time, Brian's in jail. Everybody got on that side of things what they wanted. It's not hurting anything to go back now. We're still looking into why and how this all happened. This is a great tool to use to look at that, I think. So I agree with you. Absolutely. And again, I appreciate that you did it. I truly do. So no worries. I appreciate you jumping up here, explaining yourself and all that. And I feel you on the whole Uber driver thing. I get that. I've did 7 kids. That's all I did was drive, dude.
I
get
got 3. That's plenty.
Yeah. Understood. Completely understood. So thanks again. I appreciate you very much, dude.
All right. Thank you, Dago.
Absolutely, brother. Be careful out there.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
I feel like I should say something. Can you
go ahead, buddy? What'd you say?
Oh, okay. You're here.
Yeah, I'm here. I didn't know you were saying anything. I'm sorry.
Well, I just now spoke, but prior to that, there's been a long moment of
oh, I forgot to bring it back up. I'm sorry. Here we go.
So I thought maybe you were talking and no one could hear you. So I wanted to test and see if they could hear me.
Nope, that was my stupidity. I forgot I took the video down because of the echo. I'm sorry, dude. All right, on we go.
Are we watching?
We're gonna be. I just put it back up. Yeah.
You know, they always did that. You know,
By
a
the
lot of
couch?
people did that.
By the couch?
Near the
By the
couch,
couch?
yeah, like
Fitness?
the end part of the couch towards
Yeah.
the sliding door, like that end
Can you hear it? Okay, Eddie.
area. They had like a little.
You can hear that.
You or the video?
The video, or both.
I can hear both.
Okay.
Table, like a kind of like a little table close to the like patio, and everybody would just smoke over there. It was just like a normal morning. There wasn't
Well, let me
well,
ask you something real quick if I can. I'm
You would
sorry.
see the door though.
Yeah, you should be able to see a slider. You said you know Dylan, right? You're friends with Dylan.
yeah, I would say I was friends with her.
Okay, you know who Quinn is, her boyfriend, right?
Yes.
Did you see him there?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Just curious. So that's what. And you did say that there was Dylan, you thought, Emma, and one of their friends.
Yeah, I always knew I would kind of know Emma because of the fact that who she always hanged out with.
Yeah.
He was a black guy, and like they always were together wherever they went. So, you know, if
Those two were in a relationship, by the way. Demetrius Robinson and Emma Bailey. They were like boyfriend girlfriend. For those of you that didn't know that. Who was the other
if you
friend? Do
see
you know who she was?
you mean Emma's friend?
Yeah.
D. We call him D. You know, we would buy things from him, so to speak. So that's kind of like how we ended up knowing him. It was pretty cold that morning. It was really normal, like to just go out on the balcony and smoke. And you know, a lot of the times people would wake up and they would go outside and sit on the couches and smoke and stuff like that. And it wasn't like abnormal. So like there was nothing that really told me like in that morning, like nothing that really stood out that I'd be like, oh, there's something wrong. You know what I mean?
Okay. Did you see any specific vehicles in the air, like around the house in the parking lot that morning?
No, nothing that was out of like everything was kind of pretty normal from what I normally seen. Like there was a lot of vehicles that would come and go, but they were all for a lot of the parties. Like there's the Linda Lane footage where you can hear somebody talking about Charlie, and that was like the neighbors of the party I was at, like the neighbors a couple of doors down, they were always fighting. So like you can hear that, and I can like verify that that was legit because they were always fighting boyfriend and girlfriend all the time.
Okay. Well, you were there all night, right? Like partying all night long?
Yeah, I got there before 10 o'clock, and I hung out there. We were playing beer pong. We were playing games. We left at like a little after 1:30 to go get more alcohol. And then we came back, and then I was there. I fell asleep maybe around 3:30, and then when I woke up it was like around 8 or 8:30 when I smoked a cigarette and seen what I seen. But around 3 o'clock we had heard they were trying to find Murphy. They were trying to find the dog.
So you saw the ambulance show up?
I didn't see the ambulance until I went to leave. When I went to leave, it was about maybe 1:30, and everything was blocked off. I couldn't even get to the right side of the area. I had to walk all the way down the road to get picked up. And that's when I seen that everything was blocked off, you know, and I didn't know what was going on. We were playing a game called Two Truths and a Lie, and we were playing beer pong too as well. And I had a friend that went on Instagram Live. It was like 22 minutes. She was on, in like 18 of those minutes, we were in the apartment, just like our music was blaring, like all that stuff. There was maybe like about 2 minutes when we were outside and we were recording it, and You know, you can hear something. I don't know if it was something related. You can hear some stuff, but
Who did you talk to when you went down to Moscow to give your report? Who'd you talk to? Do you remember?
I wasn't anybody specifically. I just went to the front desk.
See, this is a statement that bothered me a lot, because in a situation like this, when you go in, and I think CJ points out that she went down there on like in person instead of calling in or something. But when you go in to make a statement on a quadruple homicide, I think I would, Eddie. I don't know if you agree or disagree with this, but wouldn't you remember or want to know who you talked to? I'm just.
Can you pull the video down?
Did I? It's still up there. Oh, pull it down. Sorry, I forgot. There we go.
Otherwise, there's an echo.
Right. So, I mean, if you were gonna go and make a statement as a witness to a crime like this, would you or would you not remember or want to remember who you spoke to?
Did she go on to say that she just
said it?
Spoke
She
with
was
like the receptionist and gave the information there, and then they were kind of disinterested from that point forward?
Basically, that's exactly what she says. Yes, and
Okay. Well, that's consistent with this case.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yes, I agree with that. But she doesn't even remember who she spoke to. So it was nobody in particular, she said. Now, see, I guess you're right. That's a good point. I would imagine if it was like in the real world, a detective would have jumped on, like ran out there and said, "Who are you? Come and talk to me now." You know what I mean? So, but you're right, I guess. I guess that does make more sense. It is consistent now.
Well, we all watched Gunderson's body cam, and we kind of that live stream we're kind of in agreement that they don't really want to know. They just want to know if anyone has something specific.
Damage control.
Yeah, so they're not.
Yes, sir.
How do I even communicate this? Yeah, I saw this Ford Fusion, silver in color, with two men in it, and it did these 3 loop-de-loops, and it was so suspicious. I even got the plate number and other identifying features about it. They want to know something like that. They don't want to know what happened. Or
they basically want to know what you know so that they can see what they have to cover and what they have to deal with to fix. So yeah, I got it. I forget sometimes. I it's sad to say it, but I do what we're dealing with here, when I hear certain things. So yeah, that's a good point.
It seems, what we could do is like, if someone had a list of like, okay, make a list of all the things that Dot seems to be on point. Because what is the debate? Like, is she genuine or is she like inserted into this thing to cause chaos, misdirection, confusion, like all the other sources, right?
That's what it was. Yeah, it was that she was not really who she said she was, and that it was just, she inserted herself to cause disruption as always, because she was not who she said she was, period. But I'm sitting here making a list as I listen to this now about certain things that she shouldn't know then. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, she's not going to insert herself to cause confusion. If she's inserted into this discussion, then she would have been directed to do that, right? And Dot is not her true identity. That's just
no, her name is Braden is her real name. That came out a while after this too, but
okay. But we what we should do is look at what she knew, and then with that information, like where was she on point with what information, and then you'd have to ask yourself, okay, is she being genuine, or is she like an agent of the state? Well, given what information that she knew, what business would the state have of inserting her into this to disseminate that information, right?
Yes.
And then it would, so at the end of that, you would say, well, it doesn't seem logical that they would put Dot into this to give that type of information. So more likely Dot might be genuine. She might have actually witnessed these things.
And see, Yeah.
Much like, say, if someone truly witnessed and had the answer for any of these other big conspiracies in life, you know, you pick it. Las Vegas, you know,
she did
bump
put
stock
herself
mass shooting thing at the country concert from Mandalay Bay Hotel or
she put
JFK
herself
or, you know,
some
you
others.
name the conspiracy.
Right. She
the
did do that
Charlie
on
Kirk.
TikTok.
Yeah.
I don't remember all the other stuff she inserted herself in or was inserted into, but there was a few that Riley had pointed out, and we were all kind of like, wow, okay. It is very confusing for a lot of people. That's the point in trying to make an understanding out of it. But I'm doing that right now. I'm taking down a list of things that are on point, like you said.
To my point, can you imagine if someone had the true answer to any of those aforementioned? You know, they knew the truth, they witnessed it, and they come forward and they stated that, they would be looked upon. It would be ridiculous. Oh my goodness, this person's saying they know. I mean, the falsehood has been so deeply implanted that anyone with the truth is going to be
looked down upon.
Yeah, they're going to be shunned. They're going to be laughed.
Exactly.
Laughed away, ridiculed. I mean, it'd be preposterous.
That's one of the biggest problems with this. I agree. Yes, agreed.
So it seems like she might know a bit of the truth.
She got it from somebody. Yeah.
And the state is burying the truth. So no matter what she says, it's going to be like, oh, she saw someone in the backyard, you know?
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. That's kind of how this has played out so far. So good point.
And that's their power. Anyone with the truth is going to be like that person that knows the truth. They're going to be, they're not going to have a voice. They're not going to be able to communicate what they know because the force pushing back against that is so powerful. And like, you know, neighbor over here, everyone already knows.
Yes, neighbor.
Yeah. Everyone already knows the propaganda and, you know, the quote unquote real story, which of course is the lie.
Yeah.
So yeah, people like this would not be able to communicate any of the truth. Anyone that knows the truth, they'd just be wasting their breath and their effort to try to come forward with it.
Right. Very good point. Thank you for making them points too. Got me stumped. Good to see you. Tinsel too. Welcome. And Miss Gianna Gambino, welcome to you. All right, then on we go.
Before we go, how long is this one?
I'm not. We're not going to run the whole thing because it's the entire thing is about 53 minutes, but I'm not going to run the whole thing.
Okay. There you go. Before you're playing it, before you pull it back up there. Are you able to hear me? Okay. Dot just said that around 1:30, they were no longer able to drive their car away. She had to walk down to
that afternoon the next day. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wonder when that started. Because right away, we seen a couple cars leave the area.
Well, and that's funny because when she was in my chat last month, I think it was, She was a little upset with me at first because I had stated the statement that I made about her being debunked and all that stuff, I think. And she said, pay attention to this specific car. Pay attention to the black car. Pay attention to the black car. She kept pointing it out. And it's a little black Jeep that we see. Okay. And she claims that it's her car and that it was lit on fire because she was talking. That was a statement she had made a while back around when this interview was taken. So did she drive through that hill, or did she say she just said she had to walk down? So this is what I mean about things like this. You know what I mean? And with you pointing that out, good point. So I don't remember seeing anybody walking by, Eddie. We watched how many body cams? I didn't see a woman walk past, but I did see the black car drive by. She's claiming it's, I guess she claims it's her car. So if it is, it is, you know, if it's not, it's not, but I don't know. I don't know, but I'm just pointing that out as well. So on we go. And I do have to pull it up. So
yeah, that is a detail. I mean, she did know that detail about that.
Right.
That's kind of a point, I guess, in her favor, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
We left at like a little after 1:30 to go get more alcohol. And then we came back, and then I was there. I fell asleep maybe around 3:30, and then when I woke up it was like around 8 or 8:30 when I smoked a cigarette and seen what I seen. But around 3:00 we had heard they were trying to find Murphy. They were trying to find the dog.
So you saw the ambulance show up?
I didn't see the ambulance until I went to leave. When I went to leave, it was about maybe 1:30, and everything was blocked off. I couldn't even get to the right side of the area. I had to walk all the way down the road to get picked up. And that's when I seen that everything was blocked off, you know, and I didn't know what was going on. We were playing
See, that question itself, if I remember correctly, CJ set that question up on purpose to see how she would answer, because we knew that the ambulance wasn't there. It was way down the road around the corner, and we wanted to see how she answered questions. Some questions were asked that way on purpose to see how she answered. So she was right about that one. So there's that. And yeah, I do believe he does, Josie. I do believe, or got me stumped. I'm sorry. Yes, he does, I believe.
a game called Two Truths and a Lie, and we were playing beer pong too as well. And I had a friend that went on Instagram Live. It was like 22 minutes she was on, and like 18 of those minutes we were in the apartment, just like our music was blaring, like all that stuff. There was maybe like about
Well, again, Salty, if she does, remember, Moscow doesn't do reports, so I doubt that there is, whether it's on their side of things or her side of things. You know what I mean?
about 2 minutes when we were outside and we were recording it, and you know, you can hear something. I don't know if it was something related. You can hear some stuff, but
Who did you talk to when you went down to Moscow to give your report? Who'd you talk to? Do you remember?
I wasn't anybody specifically. I just went to the front desk.
They didn't introduce you, or they didn't introduce themselves, or there wasn't no. You went down to there. You didn't call. You went down physically.
Yeah, I went down physically.
So there wasn't a name tag on their desk. There wasn't. You know what I mean?
Like when I went to the front, there, like I just went to the front and there was a clerk sitting there, and I explained like, hey, this is where I was. This is the address. This is what's going on. I explained about what I heard maybe at about 3:00 in the morning or whatever, and they said, okay, we will have a detective get in touch with you. They gave me a piece of paper, and it was like a blank piece of paper. I had to fill out my name, what I heard, what I seen. I flipped it under the glass, and they were like, okay, we'll have a detective contact you. Nobody ever contacted me. So I just figured they figured out what was going on, you know?
You didn't try and contact them after
I
they
didn't. No, I didn't.
Because
Have you
that's some
tried
pretty
to?
heavy shit. If you
Yeah, it
can
is.
place somebody at the
Yeah.
scene of a crime in between when the crime took place and when 911 was called, especially during an 8-hour gap, that's some heavy shit.
Have you
Wait,
tried?
I didn't.
And now 3 years later, Eddie has a point with this. They don't want to interview her because they don't want what she's saying on the record. That would blow this thing out of the water, folks. If there's people standing behind the house that are supposed to be hiding in a bedroom, it doesn't fit. That's bad. That doesn't go with the narrative. So that's a good point. That's a huge point. That would be why nobody did contact her if it's true. Okay. So interesting. Yeah, I was part of that too back in the day, Gian. I know all about those, hon. Very much so. Go ahead.
Look
Eddie,
at the
sorry.
power that they control the narrative with.
Yeah.
Just write down what you know, and we'll get, if it's important to us, we'll, reach back out to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and that shows if this were a true statement, and what she states that she sees 4 or 5 people, sorry. Dylan's one of them, and Emma and Demetrius are there who were thrown into this story halfway through. That can't go in this. It doesn't fit their narrative. Shut it down right now. So they never put it out. They never put it in a report. They never talked about it. If it were true, I'm just giving you that option. So that's why, it would be part of that issue. What's up, Lena? Miss Oriani, good to see you. Guess who got the Molly interview from police today? Boom. I'm going to do it later. Oh, boy. Sounds like a plan. Yes, ma'am. We'll be there.
I'll be there.
We will be there. I want to hear it myself, dear. Thank you for the update and the heads up for sure. I can't wait for that one. That should be quite interesting. Quite now, if you could just get the Brian Koberger, Pennsylvania interview, that would be amazing. But this is going to be interesting tonight for sure, guys. So make sure you hop on over to Truth and Transparency tonight, 8:30. We'll all be there, Miss Lana. Thank you for the heads up, dear. Appreciate it. I can't wait to hear that one. Very interesting.
I didn't.
DM was outside.
What's that?
Were you saying DM was outside with them?
Yeah.
Yes, because I know Dylan.
See that? I
Right.
don't understand how
That
they wouldn't.
part is crazy to me.
And
you didn't
if
see
did
Bethany
that, why
anywhere
didn't
around
she
there
reach
either?
back out?
No, I mean, from what I had heard, Bethany wasn't even there that night. She was at a party. She didn't come home until maybe past 11. She
That's
was
why I said
partying at
that-
a different place. I don't even.
Oh, so see, there's another piece of information that's kind of interesting to me that we're just recently coming into the knowledge of, is that the fact that a lot of people believe that Bethany wasn't even there that night and didn't show up until the next morning. She says 11, right before the 911 call's made. That's kind of wild, folks. And it makes me wonder, did she show up when we see her walking up the stairs, standing across the street after the 911 call? What's true, what's not? That's the problem. That's the biggest issue. Biggest issue. Great job, CC, for the whole body cam, Molly. Yes. Thank you. On we go.
Think she was there that night.
You mean 11 the next morning or 11 that night?
Yeah, 11 the next morning. So
Okay.
she was gone through the night.
Right before the 911 call.
Yeah, I don't know what time. I just know when I woke up at around the 8 and I smoked. I went back to bed. I was hungover. I was really tired. So once I finally woke up, and got around to do everything, and everybody was talking about everything, and all the lights were going, everything was crazy. And so I had to call for a ride because I couldn't even get down into that area. And so my ride had to go all the way down. And when I walked down, there was all the stuff that was happening, and Snapchat was going crazy. It was
So
I
what
would
time
never
were the Snapchats going off in the morning? If
I don't know.
Snapchat was
I
going crazy?
woke up. I want to say I woke up after 12 o'clock. I don't know what time they started, you know.
Well, but you seen them at 8:30 in the morning.
Well, I actually physically seen them at 8:30 in the morning. I don't know what time like the Snapchats or whatever went off.
Because I'd heard that's around when the Snapchat started
So,
to go off.
What are you a student? If I can ask, are you a student out there too, or?
I was a student. I no longer am after everything that happened.
Oh, okay. Freshman, sophomore, junior, senior.
I was going to be being close to a junior. I had enough credits to where I was very close to being a junior.
Okay, cool. Got you.
I got a little bit backtracked because I had a major I was planning on going into, and then I kind of like changed courses, and then everything that had happened, you know, I couldn't do it anymore. You know, there's so many things that are so hard to comprehend, you know, and one of them is like I said, that morning I would have never guessed that there was murders ever. Like it was like a normal morning.
What were the Snapchats saying if you read them when you woke up after?
People were saying that, like, some people saying that there was ODs going on, or like the house overdosed, and that was pretty much what it was for the most part, is that people in the house had overdosed and died.
So let me ask you a question real quick. If you were to guess, okay, based on what you saw the next morning, what you heard being there, what do you think happened that morning, I should say?
Well, at like 3 a.m., a little bit after 3 a.m., this was before I went to bed. We were supposed to, in the apartment that I was at the party, we were supposed to go on the balcony to smoke. We were not supposed to like smoke weed or even cigarettes inside. But some people didn't listen to the people that resided at the apartment. So they would smoke inside anyway. So they would crack like 2 of the windows, like on the right-hand side of the apartment. And when they did crack the windows to get the breeze in, to get the smoke out, like there was a lot of stuff that went on it. Like around a little bit after 3, there were a couple of things that I heard that were really disturbing, but I was drunk and I just said, like, in my head, I was like, you know what? It's probably something really stupid and I'm just overanalyzing it, you know, like in my head, I didn't think like, oh, there is something of emergency. When I look back at it now, like it literally tears me up inside, because I'm like, could I have done more? Could I have did I just bypass something, you know? But it was like it was a scream. There was one scream. It was it literally like, it sounded like somebody was being mauled by a bear. Like it was like.
When you heard
when
that?
Did you hear that? When did you hear that?
This was a little bit after 3 a.m. But you know, there's a lot of times that screams go on at parties, like really for weird reasons, you know. And so in my head, I want to just tell myself, okay, well, this is a little weird, but even if I thought it was, you know, something maybe to think about, I'm at a party with a bunch of people and we were smoking weed and we were drinking, and there were people that were doing illegal drugs, and you know what I mean? Like if I would have called the police, I would have gotten everybody at the party in trouble too. I had like so many things weighing in my head. Like if I had done that, and even if I did, I have to tell an officer like, hey, I'm drunk, but I heard this scream. Like, is he even going to believe me? Like, I was really backed into a corner. So, but now that I think of it, like it bothers me, because I remember that scream, and it was not a normal scream. It was
So do you think the police did their job?
In regards to what?
Well, no, if they didn't call her back.
Well,
you know,
no.
So they were knocking. The first week that everything like transpired, I know because like my friend who lives at the apartments, he said they knocked on a few doors or whatever, but it was not anything where they were like really in depth, like having conversations with people. They weren't like really actually like trying to like, okay, what happened with this? Like they knocked a couple of times, like, hey, did you see mostly they wanted to know if we seen a specific car in the area, but they didn't care to hear about anything else. It was kind of like, okay, did you see this white car in the area? Like that's really what people said. They weren't really like, hey, did you see it or hear any sounds? Like they really weren't interested.
So, do you remember seeing any of these cops that were in these unmarked cars over by the band field across over there?
No, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about what happened with that stuff, but I do know that like.
I just didn't know if maybe you saw the cars and saw them questioning people.
What about the car driving up and down all over the place? Did you hear that?
No, honestly, I didn't. No, I didn't. And like nobody that I knew even seen anything like that. You know, like we didn't, as far as it goes with like Brian, I can tell you that for myself and on behalf of probably half of the people that partied with me, we never knew him. We've never seen him. We never knew anything about him. And when he got charged and it went on the news and we were watching, we were stunned because we were not expecting. We literally were like, who is this person? Nobody really knew him, you know?
Yeah. So you said, what time did you say you went to sleep that night, roughly?
It was probably
like
between 3 and 3:30. You know, maybe a little bit later, but I was in the apartment. The windows were shut. We had the doors locked. You know, and it's like, you know, it's really hard to hear anything after that point. But yeah, we were close to that point. But I remember they were calling for the dog. I don't know if the dog was missing, but I remember there was like, I don't know if it was Ethan, but somebody was whistling. A male was whistling for the dog. They were looking for the dog at like 3 a.m.
Was that before or after you heard the scream that you said you heard?
It was before the scream.
Before. It would have to be before. And so you heard them, a male whistling for Murphy.
Yeah, like, you know, if you put like 2 fingers in your mouth and you like blow for a whistle.
Were they saying Murphy or just whistling?
They were just whistling, but we knew Murphy because when I would party over there, sometimes Murphy would get out and, you know, and we kind of knew the dog just as like, you know, a neighbor dog. So when we would hear stuff like that, we just presumed that because nobody else really had a dog over there. So we just presumed maybe it couldn't have not been Murphy, but I just assumed that it was because I know when Ethan was over there and like he was able to, he would at night when they would let the dog out, he would call for the dog too. So
gotcha. So
it was like the dog was everybody owned the dog in the house. Like, you know what I mean? Like everybody.
Yeah, no, I get it.
They were
that's a lot. I mean, a house like that makes sense.
Party dog.
So did you knew Dylan per se? You said, like, did she ever talk about her relationship with Kaylee and Maddie and Xana and all them?
Yeah, she said that they all got along really well. There was, you know, a couple of times where they kind of, you know, they just had they had their own little personal problems because when you live with people that close together and, you know, everybody hears and sees everything, you know, and it becomes like a little dramatic because, you know everything, you know, when somebody goes to the bathroom, you know, what their classes are like, you really get to know everything about their life. So, you know, when you live with people like that, it's, you know, it's very easy to develop patterns, you know, and I think sometimes they butt heads because you know, Dylan would ask like, hey, you normally come home at this time. Are you okay? you know, and it's like, it's not her business, but she knows how that goes, you know, and then, you know, somebody would feel like, oh, you're infringing on, you know, what I'm doing for the night. So I think, like, other than that, they get along pretty well from what I know.
Yeah. Were you in a sorority too, or no?
No.
Okay. That's probably smart. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I would never get into that because it was so much drama. You know, it was, I'm so glad I never did, you know.
Right,
How long were you friends with DM?
I want to say a little under 2 years.
Yeah. Why do you think there's some people blaming her for these crimes?
Well, Dylan was a very, she was mischievous and she had like a wild side to her, you know, and she made mistakes, but she also had like a serious side that was like committed to her education, but she also had a side where she was kind of reckless. You know, she experimented with drugs like we all did, and she
we
always
know her
yeah.
you know, her background.
Yeah,
and
she always craved attention for men that like guys that were bad, like the bad boys.
Yeah.
You know, she never wanted to be with a guy that wanted to treat her right. She wanted to be with a guy that was like, you know, a thug.
Bad boy.
Yeah. So like when she would get involved in that, you know, she had her little sprees and stuff like that. And, you know, I would try to, you know, kind of say like, hey, you know, I know you're trying to get with this guy, but just try to just focus on living your life, you know. And she was very abstinent. She didn't always want to listen, but for the most part, she was a pretty decent friend, you know. She was a pretty decent friend.
Why do you think she didn't call?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Right away.
She wouldn't call.
Well,
have you spoken with her?
Well, what I can say, I have to be very careful in what I say, but what I can say is there was a story that was presented to her that
she's standing outside at 8:30 in the morning, according to you. So why is she standing outside smoking or hanging out with people?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I have no
911?
idea.
That's what my question.
What was the story that was presented to her?
Right. I don't know what. Well, one of the things I can say that she said was that all of the rooms, the doors were shut.
Did they all have locks on it?
And they all had locks, keypads, like numbered locks to them. So, with her, she said that by all accounts, normally that is how she would wake up and see things would be locked doors.
You're saying that she wouldn't. You're saying that DM wouldn't have noticed, according, because if you look at the statement in the PCA, she's stating that she saw some dude clad in black.
Yeah.
You know, and then you're telling me that when those crimes took
And then she
place,
ran downstairs.
4 hours later, and you're outside hanging out with people like shit didn't even happen, and you don't even know that shit happened.
Right.
That's really odd.
She said that she did not state that about.
No, I'm saying if you're hanging. Oh, she's saying she did not state.
She never made that statement.
Like what she's saying is like when she went through the run through of the night, like she was told things and like she kind of like, well, maybe that's true. She was drunk and she had smoked weed and.
See, and there's the problem, Susan. Some of this stuff is all stuff that we heard that were rumors from back then. And, you know, it makes you wonder. Hey, Josie Joe, and I know, hun, don't worry. This was something that was put out by somebody else, so I understand completely. So anyway, I'm just saying. Yeah, Dot said that Dylan had a story presented to her based on what we got from the PCA. We know that. There's proof there again. I mean, we've known that. You know what I mean? Just saying. I don't think we needed this for that proof, but once again, there it is. Good to see you, Josie. And the whole thing with the doors with the number locks, that's not true either. But that was a rumor that was out around, 2.5 years ago, and it's been proven wrong. So there again, some of these things are things that we all had been told and heard somewhere. So it's hard to take what's what and what's not. So
Daigle, can you pull the video down for a second?
Yes, sir.
I wonder if you misinterpreted what Dot's saying and what I'm saying about the story.
Me?
Not about the PCA, but well, yeah, I guess it does kind of go hand in hand with the PCA. But Dylan, you can tell during like Nunez interview, standing outside by the dumpster.
Yeah.
That she's relaying a story. She was given, what to say. Can't prove it, but you can see it, right?
Yeah.
And Dot is expressing that, I believe. Is that your
yeah, that's how
is that your opinion?
Yeah, because what she said was this is what Dylan told her, other than the things she said she physically saw. This is what Dylan told her. And then when we asked her, Dylan told you this, she goes, yeah, that's what Hunter said to Dylan, and then Dylan told her. So third hand, but yeah, it's a story that she's expressing that was told to her per se, except for like seeing people standing outside, because that included Dylan being one of those people. So some of it is secondhand knowledge per se. The other bits of it are things you either believe or don't believe that she's telling that she saw herself or knew herself.
She was coached, and Dot is saying it July of 23. The first time we said it, it was, it's only been, I don't know, it was during one of the hearings. After that, I went up on your panel and said it.
Yeah. Early on,
Miss Ann Taylor was talking about what, Dylan said that Kaylee went upstairs, downstairs, and that whole confusing bit during the hearing. At any rate, my point being is this is incredible because Dot knew it and was trying to say it back then in the best way that she could.
Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I understand.
It's another point to her, credibility.
Absolutely could be seen that way. Trying to think of what I was getting at. I lost my train of thought, but I get what you mean. I get what you're saying.
There's no hyperbole here. That come out to try to, I don't know, insert themselves into a case. They, there's none of that. She doesn't want to be front and center. No hyperbole for, talking big and flowery for effect. She seems genuine. Everything I've seen so far.
That's what everybody said back then. And I didn't know, Eddie. That's why we did this. But within 48 hours, there was proof shown that she had done this multiple other times via TikTok, I guess. And she showed the girl that brought that out, showed that. And then Jules got into some of it too. And then we talked about it privately and saw different variations of her doing the same thing in other cases.
I don't know anything about that. So I don't have that bit, that piece.
Exactly. No, understood. So, and that's where the doubt came into play after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it's like, well, okay.
It's
so
either she's genuine or it's a state agent and the state wants to put this information out there through the mouthpiece of another. But look at the information she's putting out there. The state wouldn't want people to take away the fact that, as Dot put it, Dylan is retelling a story.
Right.
She's got critical inside information that we now know is the case. Can't prove it, but we know it.
Yes. Agreed. That's where
according
my
to the
struggle
state,
was.
according to the state, of course, Dylan she wasn't fed a narrative, coached to say something.
Now
they'll never say that. We're the conspiracy theorists for thinking it, but don't believe your lying eyes.
Yeah, no, agreed. And like I told you, I struggled with this. That's why we're rewatching this, and the fact that Docket put it out. I want everybody to see it. Real quick.
Otherwise, what's her purpose? What is her? What is
That's
she
the
stand to
problem
gain?
here. We, like I said a little bit ago, she was associated with Brett Norton. Okay, and Brett Norton was trying to put together a story along with the Howard Blum situation and all that. That is where the issue came into effect, because Brett Norton obviously can't be trusted. Neither could this girl back then, because she was doing this in other aspects, like I explained to you. You didn't know about that, but things like that. So that's where the problem came into effect. And we asked the same question: why the hell would she be doing this if she wasn't the real person? And it came out that it's just, she just seemed to be like an attention seeker that was doing this all over TikTok, so on and so forth. But the big but to this that I struggle with the whole time, still to this day, I've even talked to, I think it was SRB about this. There's things that she says that she shouldn't know.
Right.
Okay. There's things that she should not know. I don't care unless this is my only other option, Eddie. Brat was associated with Steve Gonsalves. We don't know if the Gonsalves knew some of this stuff way back then, and it just wasn't out because of the gag order. So the only thing I can gather to make that work would be that Brat was transferring this information to Dot via Steve G. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me in that aspect. Okay, that doesn't mean that's the truth, folks, and don't take that as truth. I'm just telling you that's how I could see it that way. Period. Other than that, like Eddie said, you got to kind of wonder. You know what I mean? Is if she is being real? That's all I'm saying. So it's very hard to decipher. It's confusing in some aspect, but the weird shit is, and this is again why I'm looking at it again. She knows things she's not supposed to know then that we know now. We didn't know any of this shit till 2-3 months ago, and she knew it 3 years ago. That's the hard part to deal with right there.
So SRB, yeah, maybe I am behind the power curve when it comes to the conversation. I have not listened.
I don't think you were around when we were doing that stuff. So yeah, probably.
Okay.
Watch Jules. She's done a couple of them, and she did them last when we did them. There's a whole baseline behind this, and you'd get I think a different feeling from it if you saw that. It would make a whole different point to you. But still, I think Brett Norton was a big issue in this case, folks. As I'm stating, with Dot, with Kim, with the Gonsalves family, all of them. She inserted herself in a situation she shouldn't have, and it was all for money. Okay, she was claiming to be working alongside Howard Blum. That never ended up being true. I had the text messages between her and Steve, and I was seeing certain things that were being said. Now we also know that was the point that Steve was making when he said he was purposely asking people to spread misinformation. Well, that's the person he was doing it with. Okay, so there's that too. Just saying. There's a little bit to this. I'm just questioning myself. That's my biggest question. Did you get these answers from Steve? Did you get this knowledge from Steve? Did you get this knowledge from a law enforcement officer? Are you related to a law enforcement officer? Do you know one? Are you friends with one? Are you married to one? I don't know. I mean, we know that's not true, but those are the things that I've wondered. So I don't know, but
okay, I'll make it a point to
yeah,
I'll catch up. I'll watch what Jules had and then see if that doesn't, change.
I'd like your opinion after you do. Truly, yeah. Just to see
That's
what
I
you
need
think.
to do. Okay.
Absolutely, no worries. And we're about done. I only got a couple more minutes of this and we're out of here with this part of it. So bear with me, guys.
She did a little bit of Molly, so she was definitely under the influence. She said that that morning she still had the residuals, but when they had talked to her and they kind of were giving her this kind of thing of we know that you've seen this person, or there's this, and she kind of honestly just like under pressure went
along with her
kind of
story.
it. Not necessarily like was like, oh yeah, that's 100% true, but like even when she would say no, I didn't see, they'd say like, oh, but did you see a figure? And she said, well, I did see a figure, and they'd say
So
like
they gave her a scripted statement and she went along with it.
Okay.
Yeah,
they just kept antagonizing her. Yeah.
Hold on. So you're saying Dylan told you this?
She said specifically like that they antagonized her, that they had like repeatedly over and over again like pushed something, and she kind of like in her head she said, I almost wanted to believe that maybe what they were saying is true, you know. So she
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not, because we've all kind of had a hold on one second, everybody. Hold on. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true, okay? Because we've all kind of felt that way in one way or another. What I'm asking you is, you're saying that DM is stating that what she gave in the statement to the PCA isn't 100?
No, it's not. No.
That's what
it was.
Yeah, I'm saying that 100%. That's not like the whole thing about seeing somebody with bushy eyebrows and all black. She said that's never anything that she ever volunteered. I have been in contact with Ann Taylor, her team of people, and I gave her my friend gave her the Instagram, the 22 minutes of that night, and I've been in contact with her, and everything that I've expressed right now, I've expressed to Ann. We haven't really divulged on like getting deeper and deeper into it, but I've expressed these things to her, and she wants me to she wants me to actually physically go there to where I was and to show where I was in that time frame and what angle of things that I've seen. And I've been terrified to do so because I'm worried that somebody's going to be filming and they're going to film me and see me. She said we could do it at really late at night.
Yeah, but you can call the LE. You can
Well,
call
yeah.
the, you don't
What
have
she's
to show
saying
up.
is she doesn't want to be seen.
Yeah, and you know, I know people say like, well, why would you give this information? And honestly, I've been comfortable giving the information because there's so much speculation. 90% of the people don't believe me. Anyway,
Right.
Even like, and I'm being real when I say this right now, there are so many people that aren't even going to believe me. So that works to my advantage. Even though I seen what I seen, there's a lot of people that will discredit me or say, no, you weren't there, this, that, and the other. You know, there's so much more that I do know, and things that have gone on, but it's like telling my side. I get a couple of people that believe me, and there's a lot of people that don't. And I understand.
I'm not saying I don't believe you, because everything can exist until I know it's proven 100 either way. But what I'm saying is if you looked out your window at 8:30 in the morning and you saw 5 people, one of them including DM and one of them was D.
Yeah, I was on the balcony, to be specific. Like,
you know what I mean? Like
the part, yeah.
That's important right there because, hello, like they're standing out there like nothing took place, and this is 4 hours, I was out like
3.5
before LE's contacted, and then also the statement with the PCA. The PCA is what was used to arrest BK.
Right,
The PCA
that's why it's so
was used to do all this stuff, and if you're saying that DM told you what she told you about her statement with the PCA, that puts all of this in question. Everything that took place from the arrest all the way up to today.
Yeah.
It's always been a question.
And also the fact that I
saying?
don't know if people are aware of the fact that
You got to contact somebody.
There were at least 2 of the people they were mutilated. I don't know what I can say. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on a YouTube
Well, if you're
channel.
talking, yeah, but if you're talking to Ann,
But I can say that they were. It was not like somebody had a butcher knife or anything like that. Like the wounds were equivalent to something that was much like huge gaping wounds. Not like
maybe like a machete,
a katana,
not a knife going into I'm talking like if you think about being a hunter and if you think about a deer and all that, if you can go through that process in your head, like it was to that equivalent, if not worse, like gaping wounds. So it's not just like a stabbing situation. It was really like something very sinister.
How do you know that? How do you know that? If I
well, I know from Dylan.
Okay, she told you what they looked like. Okay, I got you.
So she told me from what Hunter knew.
And that's where I'm going to stop it because that last part is something I have the biggest issue with. Welcome back, Dylan. Good to see you, buddy.
Sorry, I was just listening along. What was that? Who was that? What are we watching?
That was somebody that I interviewed with that other creator the 3 years ago when this first happened, roughly 3 years ago.
You interviewed. Okay, sorry. You interviewed that person roughly 3 years ago, or just after the murders?
It was. I can't remember exactly. This interview was July 20th of 23. Sorry, I do know the date. So there you go.
Okay. Does any of the stuff being said on there line up, or I missed all of it? Sorry.
I mean, it does, but it also is stuff that
is not true.
Some of it, there was a couple things that weren't true, but most of it is information that she shouldn't have known in July of 23. Okay,
sure.
So she claims that she was next door at the Queen Road apartment, standing on the balcony, watching these people out in the backyard smoking cigarettes or passing a joint around or whatever. And like the last part there is what bothers me. 2.5 years. Thank you, David Bird. The last part is what bothers me. So she's claiming that Dylan told her about these injuries. But how does Dylan know that? And then she turns it from that into Hunter told her.
Yeah, well, the minute you change a story of information line like that, it in my head, it pretty much throws out your credibility and ruins it because this isn't overly complex, in terms of what's going on. There's a certain amount of people there. Certain people know what happened. And
that's Meg just made a huge point. I believe if they would have taken, well, there again, like Eddie made a point, they wouldn't want anything she stated to be put out to us because it's not. I mean, it's true. If it's true, then we don't get to get it. We don't get to have that information. But if it was true that this has all happened and she was ever interviewed, she'd be on the witness list. She should be on the witness list, but she's not. So, well, there again, we don't know that she is. That's another thing, you guys, because we don't know her real name. She went by Dot. I don't know what her real name was. It wasn't Dot. Now, the person that we found that it was giving us the story, her name's Braden. The person that she was saying she was a close friend of Dylan's. There was a name given to me almost 2.5 years ago. I can't remember the damn name of the person that they claimed that she was, but they don't look at all alike from the photograph that I was shown. So I don't know. That's another issue I have with this. I don't know what to think or believe. I was part of the group of people that was debunking her because I didn't want people confused to be, we were already confused and there was too much misinformation going out, and somebody coming out that does this on TikTok in other cases was the problem. Emily or Braden, that was it. Thank you, SRB. So anyway, so that's what that was all about. And Docket did another video on it, just talking about revisiting the situation because of things we know now that have been talked about there 2.5 years ago. It was kind of wild. That's all.
Those gaping wounds are another critical piece.
It is.
She knew that back then.
But here's my question, Eddie. Where did we hear that? Do you remember where we heard that from ever?
No, I don't remember the first time we heard that. Oh yeah.
Are you talking? When you're
We do.
referring gaping wounds? Are you referring to like the victims having gaping wounds? Is that what that said?
Yes.
Okay, that theory or that
It was
verbiage of gaping wounds was out from the get-go, whether that's a 4chan thing or from someone inside of Moscow. There was a lot of hearsay.
Yeah, Steve told us that right away, that they were very large, gouging.
Right.
Yeah, that's how he explained it.
Yep. Not only did Steve say that, but it was that was I think kind of leaked through the students themselves through that morning. That that was kind of the rumor mill that was spinning. But I think we know at this point. There was some kind of gaping wound somewhere, right? So, that's kind of the truth, but who has a gaping wound? Where's that gaping wound? That's
why
all.
I
It's all
stated then.
information we'd like to see, right?
Of course, and that's why I asked her then, because I've been saying this for the whole period, I think, about machete being used and not a 7-inch little K-bar knife is one of the weapons, at least. And I even asked her then. Now I heard myself there. I remember that. So yeah. I don't know, but there definitely still needs to be more information to clarify some of these things, which maybe we'll get if we keep going like we are. Maybe we won't, but I hope we do. I don't know. So yeah, Eddie, I think it would probably be a good idea, especially for you. You were kind of lost in the mix there a little bit, to go and check out Jules, the 2 videos she did on it, because it does tell the other side of it. And then if you want to go backwards, the day after we did this interview with her, we did another panel, and it was CJI, Rory, Sarge, and Tommy, I think. And that's Riley Lively appeared and told the whole story about the TikTok version of this and everything else. So, but she was right about a lot of things. So where did the information come from? She was not the person that got it. Okay. She's getting it from Dylan, she said. But then I found out that there was a relationship between Brad Norton and her, and Brat was getting information from Steve. So it's just a pain in the ass to figure it all out. But yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to watch Jules, though, Eddie. You might get a different view on things at that point. You know what I mean? So
to what end? Like
I don't know how you would
does it pay to invest that much time to try to figure out whether she's
truly
genuine?
No. True at this point, truly not. I know what you're saying. Like at this point where we're at, is it going to make a difference?
Right.
Not, probably not. You know what I mean?
Eddie, if you don't mind me asking, I've listened to you and Dago chat a lot. I think you've got a nice perspective on the case. What's your kind of theory as we sit here today, in terms of what you think happened, or who do you think is at fault of criminal activity in the case?
Well, for all of you that have listened to me in the past,
yes,
that
Robert.
I'm all about who didn't do it. I'm not
Sure.
about who did do it. Because we'll never know that. So to me, it's just clear that Brian Kohlberger didn't do it. There's no way that he could have had anything to do with it. And I've felt that for a long time.
Have you crossed other people off your list? I think, yeah, we know. You, Dago, myself, countless other people agree. We think we're past that point of Brian being
Eddie's never been
guilty. But is there any kind of avenue that you've found yourself leaning towards of provable theory?
Yes, I listen to Pavarotti a lot. He's on point.
I'm not sure. Could you give us a quick synopsis of what his or her theory is? I'm not familiar with it.
It would take too long. There's a whole volume of work that if you're not yet following or subscribed to Jay Embry, Pavarotti, that would be one that you might be interested in taking a look at.
And his theory has Brian Kohlberger completely removed from the scenario?
He doesn't say that.
In my opinion, it does, but he doesn't say it now.
He can kind of read between the lines. I don't want to speak for him, but he's
Right.
more about
who else was involved
yeah,
besides
who could be involved. So I can't add to what he's done, and he's got the receipts. Really, it's not just him putting out theories.
You're saying receipts of who could be involved?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. No. The list of who's involved extends, I guess, as long as you want it to. I think that's how you should look at it, because at what point do you say someone's not involved in this? Whether it be the murders themselves or the cover up, or even having knowledge of a cover up and not saying anything about it. So, yeah, I hope he does a good job and tightens the grasp, because I think what we have to do is figure out, who our target is, right? And what our goal is in terms of figuring this out.
Right.
Because we can put a lot of work into figuring out who didn't do it. And we did that. And now we've put a lot of work into who could have done it. And what we're starting to do is doing the same thing with Brian Koberger, is basically trying to figure out how he could have done it, and we couldn't do that. And then we proved that he couldn't have done it by that lack of evidence and everything else. And that's what we're starting to do with everyone now, is saying, okay, could they have done it? Well, the entire frat row and sorority row could have done it, right? The entire Moscow Police Department could have done it. Ex-boyfriends, parents, all these people could have done it. So I appreciate all the work going into figuring out who could have done it. What I think we need to do is now figure out who couldn't have, right? Could Dylan have been there? It's like, well, yeah, and then pick apart each one by one. And then I think you'll start to hone in on where the trouble lies. And again, if the theory is Brian didn't do it, that's great. I think we need to start digging deeper and help dig a little deeper and figure out exactly who is responsible, and not maybes, because everyone knows it's a question of who did what, right? So if our goal is to find the murderers of the Idaho 4, or just this case, we can do that. Even though you don't have faith, I have faith. We can figure the case out. It's a murder at a college house. Not rocket science. What's more challenging is what's deeper. And that's when you start getting involved in bigger and crazier stuff that people don't want to believe is happening inside a little old Moscow and the university. But old President Green begs to differ. And again, I think it's interesting that you guys, I hope you guys keep rocking and rolling with these discussions and keep questioning stuff, because it's
and I want
awesome
to.
following along.
I wanted to like kind of correct something you stated. It's not that Eddie,
Sure.
if that's what you were meaning when you said it, I might be wrong, but it's not that he doesn't have faith that we'll know, or that we'll ever figure out who did it. I think it's hard to explain this. And I'm in the same boat with him. That doesn't mean I'm gonna stop looking, but they won't. It's not something that is going to be an easy thing to do, to reveal the truth behind how Brian was framed, with why and all that kind of stuff, is what he refers to when he means that. He's not saying that it'll never come out. The point is that it should never come out. You see what I'm trying to say? The difference between the two, the way they have this put together, the way this is set up and everything. The point is so that it never does come out. It can't, because if it does, it's going to destroy the entire community.
Right.
But
So it's up to the public for us to figure out and
Basically,
be
yes.
able to brand a story with those receipts that you were talking about, that you had, and use those receipts to put together the truth. And we, with all the listeners and whoever else is involved, if everyone pieces those things together with all the work that, Sarah and whoever else has done to, put together timelines and interviews,
right,
to figure out that obviously Moscow covered it up and obviously Brian didn't have anything to do with it. Now what? And now it's like, okay, who was involved
exactly,
and who wasn't involved? And there's but we have to figure out involved in what.
And
Involved
why?
in cover up,
What was
involved
the
in
motive?
murder. Yeah,
Yeah.
involved in previous deaths, involved in deaths that happened maybe after these murders.
And future possibly too, yes.
And future, right? This isn't again, the story isn't finished, right? The book isn't ended at 1122 King Road. That was a chapter of a long and nasty book. And I don't know, hopefully it's towards the end, right? Hopefully it's one of the final chapters.
I don't believe that at all, because I think we still have another 2 years possibly that Brian could do something. But I know what you're saying, though. I get it.
Yeah, I'm talking in the grand scheme of Moscow corruptness and previous University of Idaho, and how long the presidents have held power in the city, and how long they've overseen Moscow Police Department, and how long a certain group of individuals, maybe including the Chapins, were involved in the financial aspect of all this money that's coming in and out of Moscow, which is a lot, right? It's a bigger university. It's a city, and they've got federal ties. They've got ties to a different state in Pullman right next door. So it's this kind of mosh pit of a little community with access to money and education and cheap student living and corruptness and drugs and money. So that's the chapters 1 through 12. If the Idaho 4 is, chapter 13, or
the real story, not the fictional story that's being put out all over the place in books and movies and stuff. Yes, I agree with that.
Right.
I have a very interesting
yeah,
thing
Eddie,
happened
go ahead, bud.
today.
Hold on one real quick second, Robert. Go, you have to jump down, Eddie.
No, I just wanted to get a word.
Go ahead, Rob.
Help
All
you
right,
help you finish your thought on what my thought was.
yeah, hold on one second, Robert. Go ahead, Eddie. Finish that up real quick.
I don't want to discourage anyone's efforts or anyone's hopes. Of course, keep doing what you're doing. Try to find the truth. But I guess my point is, once you solve it, so to speak, what do you do with that information? Do you approach Detective Gilbertson and Detective Payne at
Absolutely
Moscow PD
not.
and Bill Thompson and have them get those bad guys?
No.
What do you do with it?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, that's my point.
That's the head of the snake that you're talking about.
You have to go to the Department of Justice. That would be my only thought.
That's the head of this nasty rattlesnake, are the individuals you just listed.
You're going to go to the FBI. You're going to go above them and go to the FBI.
Well, me personally, no. But no, yes, in terms of how the whole case is resolved, if there's an end to it, if you look 4 or 5 years down the road, and we have a discussion and we look back and say who came in and figured it out, yeah, it has to come from the federal level, because it's not coming from Idaho, it's not coming from Moscow.
I wouldn't even say that, Dylan. I would say this has to go above that point. I would say you'd have to go to the Department of Justice and hope that they're going to look at you about this, because they don't.
And we already have that. They're already looking at it, right? So to give up hope, and you're saying, well, how do you know they're already looking at it? Well, I know they're looking at it because the President of the United States tweeted about the case. Okay, so there is our evidence that it is on federal radar, whether that's the FBI, the Department of Justice, or the president himself. Right. It's on their radar. So if you think that the white flag has been waved by the government, I don't think that I don't see anyone waving the white flag there. I don't know that a flag has been raised. I don't know that they've started it. I don't know what
and I didn't mean to create a whole
nother
discussion, a whole nother direction to the discussion. I know Robert wants to say something.
But no, you're all right. It's a good point.
To end with my point is, again, like I said earlier, during this live stream, is who did it is separate and distinct as to, so if someone else, in other words, if you have the information that someone else did it,
right,
then that would also speak to Brian Kohlberger's innocence. That means he didn't do it. So those are two separate and distinct efforts. So
right.
anyway,
But
Robert.
the state has that information. We believe the state has that
Yeah,
information.
we all
right?
agree on that.
We all think that the judge, the prosecution, and the defense, and Brian Koberger himself all are on the same page of he didn't do it. But they don't care because they wiped it under the rug with a plea deal, so they don't care.
Yeah, that's
But
the whole point. I believe they do know. I think Eddie, myself, and Robert can speak for himself. I don't know that he does, but believe that the government, prosecution, the state, whoever, they know who was responsible. That's my feelings on it for sure. Take care, Kane.
I mean, if the president of the United States is tweeting about the case, you'd think they'd know that, okay, this guy didn't kill 4 people. And we might have to just kind of sit back and say, okay, it'd be nice to hear that from them, right? From someone above Payne or, someone in Idaho, from someone at the Justice Department or at the FBI or, from the executive branch to say, look, don't worry about it. We got it. For reasons we can't tell you, blah, 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 but he didn't do it. He's a free man. Don't worry about it. We're never going to get that. So, I don't know. You just kind of wait and see, but I don't think, it doesn't feel like it's over. It still doesn't.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, and again, and I don't want to discourage anyone's efforts or hopes. It just, those are two different things. Who really did it, and Brian Koberger is innocent. To take that ball, the ball of who did it and run with it, that's a more insurmountable mountain than running with the ball of Brian Koberger didn't do it. And those are two different plays on two different, efforts. So I'll leave it at that.
Something very interesting happened today. I went and did a couple of Ubers. One of the Ubers I did, I picked up a sorority person from the college that's near our house, and we were talking. She's part of Alpha Phi, and I mentioned the fact that I was been investigating the Idaho 4, and I said you might know one of your Alpha Phi members, Kaylee Goncalves. First words out of her mouth is, "I'm not allowed to talk about that. It's taboo to mention her name."
I mean, that's an unwritten rule in Idaho. That's just how that is. You're not supposed to talk about it at all. Try to speak up a little bit, Robert. I turned you up a little bit more.
Right. But that's here in Wichita. It's an Alpha Phi member here in Wichita that's not allowed to speak her name.
Oh, wait. Oh, I missed the first part of what you said. And who is this person?
She, her name was Kaylin, Kaylin. I didn't get the last name because it doesn't show that in the Uber when I go pick him up. And we were talking, and she's part of the Alpha Phi sorority. And I mentioned to her that I've been investigating the Idaho 4 case, and I said, you might have heard of Kaylee Goncalves. And she goes, yeah, I have, but I'm not allowed to mention her name. It's taboo to mention her name.
Wow.
And I asked, why is it taboo to mention her name? And the only thing she said was, well, she was into some stuff that wasn't approved by the sorority.
So, okay, now I'm gonna take what you just said. I'm gonna play a game with that, folks, because we've heard this game before. Thank you, Robert. That's interesting. Alpha. What is it? Alpha Phi. Alpha Phi.
Alpha Phi. What? It's
PV 50 Yeah, right. So it sounds to me, if that's what that girl said to you, I believe what you're saying. But what she said, okay, it sounds like the sorority in itself is putting a bad name on her because she left the sorority. She was leaving the sorority for things she didn't like, financial issues and things like that, being overcharged for stuff, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So now they're telling this story to their other members about this girl, and they're making her look bad, even though she's a victim of murder. That's disgusting to me. And that's really sad, but that's crazy, bro. That is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like I said, No doubt. I'm not doubting what you said. I'm doubting that what that girl said is either she made that up or that's what they're telling the sorority members now within that sorority, that you don't say her name because she's bad. She's bad. You know what I mean? And that's just crazy to me. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Sorry it took so long to let you be able to speak, Robert. I appreciate you joining us. So,
oh, it's okay.
Interesting though. That's very interesting. I'd like to know if there's what other sorority members across the United States, what their thoughts are about that situation. I'd like to hear from others if it's widespread. You know what I mean? Yeah. If that were true, that's insane. And what does that tell you guys though? Like, I don't know, Eddie, if that was as a true thing that's being done, what would you take from that?
I'm not sure. I've kind of been in chat. Was the last thing I said cut off? No one could hear it?
I heard you, I think. What was the last thing you said?
I forget. Mayflowers is...
That's okay. Now, I mean, did you hear what Robert said about he drives Uber, and he picked up a girl that's in the same sorority that Kaylee was in, I guess.
Okay.
And he mentioned to her, they just start talking, general bullshitting. And he mentioned to her that he was investigating the Idaho 4 case, and he asked if she knew who Kaylee and Calvez was because the sorority is the same. They must have got into conversation, and the girl said that we're not allowed to say that name. It's taboo to say her name because she was. What was the rest of it, Robert? I don't want to outspeak on what you said.
She was a part of something that the sorority didn't approve of.
Oh.
Okay, and then we know that Kaylee left the sorority based on her own terms, as did the other girls that left, because there were things that were going on in the sorority that they didn't agree with, so on and so forth. So they're flipping it on her in that sense. And here's the thing.
I believe it. It's just a little hard to hear Robert. That's all.
That's why I tried to turn him up. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry. Echo just made a statement, though. Like, it goes back into what I was saying before. Distancing is what it means, Dago, from Kaylee, like everybody else is. See? That's what I mean. There's something that's going on here that everybody seems to be distancing themselves from her specifically for, to the point where you can't admit that you can't even say her name, that you're in the same sorority that she was in, that the sorority themselves have disclaimed her. Like, that's crazy to me. It's wild. I've seen the videos that are mimicking the 4. Mimicking, really? That's just sickening to me. I'm sorry. Did she jump or was she pushed? Yeah, that's a good point. Take care, Dylan. My cousin is in the same sorority as Kaylee and has never heard of Kaylee, but she goes to, See, I'm sure that a lot of them don't, but if they do, they do. You know what I mean? So that's interesting, though. Thank you for the info, Robert. I'm gonna find out if I can look into that in any way to see if there's other things been stated anywhere or any kind of rumors or anything like that. It's really interesting to me.
Yeah, I've been going through the Chaos Sector video, and I dissected it in my newest video I dropped last night. And what if we were being lied to from day one when it came to the rug situation there in Moscow? What if this entire scenario wasn't rug connected?
Okay. I got you. What else would you think it could be? What's your opinion?
Well, we all know about Bonnie and Clyde, Emma and Demetrius.
Yeah.
I was watching one of the noise complaint videos last night, and I saw Emma walking out of 1122 King Road.
Yeah. I remember that. She stopped and talked to one of the police officers.
If she's such connected in the rug scene there in Moscow and Washington, why would she be coming out of 1122 unless she was doing business there?
Well, she was friends with Dylan. Like, that was made known early on. One of them, there's a couple videos that were mistaken. One of them, there is a video that Emma is in, and the other one, it's not Emma. I can find the one and show you which one is Emma, but she was friends with Dylan. That was made known a long time ago. And I don't know we don't know how long they were there. There was absolute drug activity in that house. I I believe that wholeheartedly. You can't make me not believe it. Okay. I believe that there were drugs that were bought into that house and that were sold from that house from different people. But if you remember what Dave said, that it wasn't like going to the drug dealer. Like, it was just a thing. People would have them on them and sell them to each other in there and so on and so forth. Do I think there was more to it than that? Of course I do. But I'm just saying, she was friends with Dylan. She was also friends with, what was the girl that used to live there? It was on the lead. Yeah, she was friends with her. I want to show you real quick. One second. Sorry. I can't type and think at the same time. But anyway, so yeah, she was there. What if she was there for that? I don't know. She could have just been there hanging out, but what are the odds? Yeah. You know what I mean? The odds are probably that yes, that was happening. I mean, it's a well-known thing, so I'm just saying. But there's two videos that I saw. One of them Emma is definitely in, and one of them, in fact, Emma's in one with the girl that she I don't know if you saw that. If you saw her when she got pulled over, arrested, and taken to the police station, she pulled something out of her pants and throws it in the garbage. The girl that was in the car with her is the girl that's walking with her in that video.
Yeah.
But the other one I was told was her. I looked at it and it's not her. They also said she was at the grub truck, and she's definitely not. There's somebody that looks close to her, but it's not her. I don't know if it doesn't mean anything, but just making a statement.
Yeah,
but
I want to get your thoughts on Jack Showalter stating that he was out with Maddie until 2:30 in the morning, and claiming that he didn't know Kaylee. He called her the other girl.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about the deflecting and distancing themselves from Kaylee. That's a big issue for me. Jack Showalter says it. Hunter Johnson says that he doesn't know Kaylee in his report. That's a problem for me. And I'd like to go back through these reports and see how many other people refer to Kaylee as if they don't know her. Yeah, if any more, but that seems pretty wild to me.
Yeah.
Vivian P. Yeah, Kylie.
Yeah, as the other girl.
Yeah, Kylie. Right. He calls her Kylie. I was so pissed off when I said that. That is about the most disrespectful shit I've ever seen. You know who she is. Period. Why are you lying? I want to know what that's about. Why are these people distancing themselves and disconnecting themselves from her? Why? What's the big deal? Now, my understanding is that's true as well, Phenomenon. Mom, I heard that she was at the party Friday night. And it's also been stated by many people, Kim as well, that Dee and Emma were at that house all the time for different parties because of who they were friends with. Which, again, Dylan was friends with people that Kaylee, Maddie, and Bethany weren't. Emma, there's another girl by the name of Kendra that is in that circle that is a dark person, I'll tell you right now, that shouldn't have been, that Kaylee would never be friends with, per se. So, and it's an odd grouping of people. So, you got to take that into account. I can't think of, there's another person's name. Molly Gray. She's not the person people think she is either. There's a lot about these people that they make themselves out to be these angels. So we don't do drugs. There's no drugs in the house. There never was drugs. You're lying. And why are you being so stupid about this? You're in college. I expect there to be drugs. Mm-hmm. It's a normal thing. Okay. But stop acting. And that in itself tells me that it's a big deal to them to hide it. It must be a big deal in real life. A big deal is all I'm saying. So,
I mean, if you look at it, like right behind where 1122 was, there was the Moy's house. Megan Moy, Charlie Moy,
Matt and Madison Moy. Yes, Matthew and Madison were the two brother and sister that I knew of that lived back there. Why do you have thoughts about those two?
Well, it just seems really weird that right after the murders, I'm going to pull the Dago. They disappear.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that did. Poof, they're gone. You don't see or hear a damn thing from them after. That's pretty wild. I agree with you. Well, some of these people, I'll give you this, guys. Some people's parents said, nope, you're done. You're coming home. You ain't going back. And that happened. But some people, they just, social media went quiet. They went quiet. So, yeah, it's interesting. It does make you question why. All right. Here, let me show you guys this real quick. This is the video, and I can't talk during it, but this is the video that Emma is in with her girlfriend. Sorry. 1 second here. It was very quick, too, by the way.
How are you?
Nope.
We're not actually. I don't know who lives here. No, I don't. How are you?
Nope.
We're not actually. I don't know who lives here. No, I don't.
You guys haven't been drinking or anything, right?
No.
Okay, drive careful, okay?
All right, well, there's another video where it's easier to see her face, but that's the one. I don't know why this one's so different looking, but that's her. The girl with the dark hair is her, and the other girl is her friend Jen. Thank you, Michelle, for that. Can we find out what the sorority was in trouble for? We could try. That's for sure. We can definitely try. But anyway, that's the one, long crime. It's the only one I could find right now. I have it downloaded, but I didn't go to my downloads. I don't know. It's interesting. I do have. I'll tell you one thing. The other night when I was on Tommy's panel, mother of God, Tommy gave a list, and he didn't mean like hands-on that they were the killers, but Tommy gave a list, and I had to agree with him because Kim said that there was a lot of people that knew about this, and that gives the involvement in that aspect. But let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 30. It's either 30, 33. Thank you, Ro. I just remembered that because the number means something too. 33 people that knew about this and has some form of involvement in this. A lot of them are students.
If you think about it, when Dylan was Snapchatting at what, 4 something in the morning, how do we know she wasn't Snapchatting the entire school, letting them know what just happened in the house?
Well, we don't. Of course we don't. You are absolutely right. What pictures was Bethany messing around with? What pictures did you take at 3 in the morning or 4 something in the morning, and now you're on your phone messing with pictures? What is that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's all weird. It's all strange shit that makes no sense. It makes 0 sense. Or does it? I guess depending on who you are, it makes sense. But it don't make it.
Why would Kaylee be panically texting Jack D over and over again at 2:50 in the morning? Why would Mandy be doing the same?
No idea. No idea. Those are all the questions everybody's asked, Robert, that they would love to know. What was the conversation? Was it, well, Kaylee was nonstop on her phone from the time she left the bar until they got in the car to go home from the grub truck. And then she brings up the statement about, what'd you say to Adam? What was the conversation? I'd love to see those conversations. I'll just put it that way. I truly would. They had a 17-minute, SRB's right, a 17-minute FaceTime call that Jack says he has no idea about. Are you really that drunk that you don't remember something like that when you're on the phone with somebody face to face? If you're that drunk, then you need to put the alcohol down, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was Dylan's friend as well, yes. That's what I was saying, I'm sorry. But she was not friends with Maddie, Kaylee. Those two were in a completely different bracket, I guess, for lack of term. I don't know what to call it these days. Greg McNeely, it's great to see you, buddy.
Yeah, because if you look at it in those evidence pictures in Xana's room, you could see a dollar bill rolled up.
There was a dollar bill rolled up, and there was blue powder ground up on the desk in their dresser, whatever it was. So somebody was either getting ready to do something or they had done it.
Yeah,
That's what has always made me wonder what Molly McMichaels was delivering.
Yeah.
Was she delivering a cheeseburger and some fries, or was it something else? You know what I mean? And people argued with me, that's ridiculous, Deco. Is it? Because I know of 3 or 4 times where I live that delivery drivers have been arrested for selling drugs. It's not that abnormal, folks. It's really not these days. So, yeah, those things are all on question, you know, and it was stated in the reports that Dylan and Ethan liked Adderall. Okay. They're in college. It's a normal thing. But it was also stated in these reports that Kaylee liked other things, the same type of stuff, but white. Okay. But they was denied. I mean, denied adamantly by everybody that there's no drugs. There were never no any drugs in this house. Come on now.
Then why keep the toxicology report kept secret?
Well, why did the Mavette say that it wasn't important that they even had one? It wasn't important. Oh, well, yeah, okay. That was something else I was going to show you guys before we get out of here. I'm glad you brought that up. You reminded me. Thank you. Hold on one second. I want to show you this. I showed this a while ago. Okay, we looked at this. I think Molly brought this up like 2 years ago. Let me see. Show. Wait, where it is. Hold on. Where you at, Miss Meg? Good Lord, have mercy. 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. I have something, then I don't have it. Where'd it go? One hell of a hurricane going on. At least it waited till the end of the season. Good Lord.
Yeah,
All right.
Cat 5.
It's not like it was 2 years ago. That was bad. Where'd it go, man? You had that link in the. You remove it? No. We'll find it now. Is that it? Yeah. Not that one. The other one. Nope. Hold on. Where'd that link go, Miss Meg? 1 second. Open Sesame. Here we go. I think this is it. Okay. If I don't have the right thing, Meg, just yell at me and I'll pull it down. All right. Idaho State Police Forensic Services Toxicology Program Trends. 1 second here. This kind of threw us for a loop when we saw this. I'm pretty sure it was Molly that brought it to our attention. I want to make it big enough for you guys to see, but this is the general breakdown for 2022. There's the date right there. You see it. Okay, for the year. DUI, adult, juvenile, shows all those numbers. Adult, drug, or narcotic violations. There's all those numbers. Murder, attempted murder. Okay. Alcohol, it says 4. Blood toxicology, it says, where'd it go? 4. Urine toxicology, 0. And it shows total 8. Okay. Now, where'd it go? Alcohol or other volatiles, blah, 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 toxicology, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. Figures 1A and 1B show their 10-year trend for toxicology. We know that. Okay. But this is showing for the year for 2022. And where'd the rest of that go? Oh, where it shows that I think it was 3 out of 4 of the victims from that year. There's only 4 listed for the whole year, mind you. Okay, and that's those 4. It would have to be. Anyway, it shows. I know it's somewhere in here, Meg. It's been so long since I've looked at it. Let me find it. Hold on. Anyway, it shows. Well, I'll wait and show it to you. That way I can explain it better. But they lied to us. I'll just put it that way. They lied to us again. Come on, Digo. Toxicology, drugs, and blood and urine. Okay. %. I know it's in here somewhere. It has it broke down there where you can literally see it. Because they told us, if you guys remember, that there were no illicit drugs found within the victims. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, it's like it's gotta be. It's way down here, if I remember right. Jeez. I just don't remember exactly where. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is it. Okay. Death investigations. The offense, it says 14. Murder or attempted murder. Okay. Now, mind you, this toxicology results. This column over here to the right. 1 negative out of the 4. There's only 4. 3 positive. 1 contained cannabinoids. 1 contained a CNSD drug. And 1 contained a narcotic analgesic. But we were told that none of the 4 of them had any illicit drugs in their system. But these 4 are the only 4 murdered that year. That's interesting. I would think that's pretty interesting. Welcome, Terry. Thanks for joining us. So there it is right there, folks. 3 of the 4. So 1 of the victims didn't have cannabinoids, or however you say it. We know that's weed. Okay. 1 contained a CNSD. In fact, I'm gonna look into that a little bit deeper. But CNSD drug. Where'd it go? And a narcotic analgesic.
Could the 1 negative be Maddie?
I mean, it could be anybody. I don't know. It could be anyone. It could be any one of the 4. It doesn't kind of. I don't know. I don't know at all. But still, I thought that was quite interesting, you guys, because they clearly told us when their not their toxicology, but their autopsy results that there were no drugs. So I don't know. Thank you, Rach. Appreciate that, hon. Yeah. Like I said, one more lie. Who said something to me over here real quick? Yeah, thank you, Meg, for throwing that back up there when we were talking this morning. It was a great conversation because it really is interesting to me. And she had found something else we were talking about alcohol too. I don't know that that's very reputable, but this is from the state itself. You guys saw the tag on it.
Yeah, I have another thing. They say that BK chased Xana down the stairs to her room. Well, how can he chased her to her room if that beer pong table's in the way? And even one of the officers said he had to squeeze through just to get to her room.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
that don't make no sense.
Well, I mean, the table could be moved, or I mean, he's skinny. He's skinny. I don't know who was there though. I don't think he was there, so I don't believe any of that. But
yeah, I agree with you.
You know, but the table could be moved, and there was a couple cups on the floor. It could have been bumped, could have been put back. We heard the story that Kaylee was chased up and down the stairs or whatever to Yeah, imagine them lying to us again. There's a lot of questions I have. I do. A lot of these little things that you're throwing out there that make us question things. So it's very interesting. I'll say that much. Terry, are you there, hon? Or she was? She must not have stayed up here. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to show that to you guys again. Like I said, we looked at it about 2 years ago, and I was just like, what is this? And now we actually have the results from the generic results from the autopsy. And still, there's another lie.
Yep.
At least that's how I see it. You know what I mean? So
I see it just the way you see it. Yeah, that's why I was breaking down that video last night with Chaos Sector, and I actually had a comment in my comment section. Yeah, it was from Glenn saying, "Robert's been on this thing for the last 2 years. He'll get to the bottom of it."
Yeah, I hope one of us does one of these days. That's for sure. Missafie, cool name. Welcome, by the way. Is it possible Kaylee got white stuff from competing dealers? Rug Wars, did Green want? I don't know. That's a good question, Missafie.
Yeah,
there definitely were competing situations out there that I found out about not long after that. There was an Asian group that was doing things, and then we know about Jesse James Bailey's group doing things that was busted, and they were competing. So I mean, it could be. I don't know that would cause what happened to happen, but it still could be a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And did Green want Kaylee there? That I don't know how to answer. And he could not have. I don't know.
Yeah, here's what the weird part is. I mean, I don't trust Steve and Christy. You know that. But they came out and said, like right after this happened, that Kaylee wasn't even living in the house. Kaylee was living with them, and she just went back there that weekend to show Maddie her new Range Rover. So
well, yeah.
So
yeah,
was
Kaylee
was she in the wrong place at the wrong time?
Well, that's what was said at one point, but like my show today was based on the fact that I'm starting to feel like Kaylee may have been a target personally. Thank you, Hurdy Gurdy, and welcome. Because she was brought back there purposely. We all know that. I question that heavy duty. I question that part of it because there was no reason for her to have to come back there. She left for a reason, first of all. Okay, she was staying with her aunt. She was not staying with her parents because they were not talking at that time. That's another weird thing, but whatever. Personal business is personal business. Okay, so she had left. She was going to come back Tuesday to graduate, and she was done. She was off to Texas. Well, first she was going to go backpacking around Europe and then go to Texas or something like that. But anyway, she was done. She was going to come back, get the rest of her stuff, and out she went. And Dylan goes to her aunt's house, talks to her, talks her into coming back for this +1 thing at a dance. She goes back to Idaho, tells her mom, I guess, based on what Christy said, well, I'd love to go show this to Maddie. So she says that's what she's going to go do, even though it took her a while to kick it around for a couple of days to make the decision because she didn't know she wanted to go back. I still want to know why she left. There's a reason why she left, in my opinion, you guys. I want to know what that is because I think that plays into this. So she goes back after Dylan goes and gets her. Who sent Dylan to go get her? That's my question at this point because I feel like that's what happened. I feel like Dylan was sent there to go get her, to talk her into coming back for whatever reason. That's my opinion, of course. I'm sure there's people that disagree with me, and I respect that truly. But there's that, okay? Then she comes back, and conveniently, the day after she comes back, she's murdered.
Yeah.
I don't believe in coincidence and true crime. I just don't. You guys know that. It very rarely happens, in my opinion. So you got to put those things in hand, and then we know the injuries that Kaylee took are horrible. And that, to me, beating up a woman's face the way that they did is very personal, and it sends a huge message to me. That's my opinion again. So you add all those little things together. Oh, yeah, and that's the other thing is after that, after Dylan goes and gets her to be the +1 at the dance, they don't even go. They had a party themselves Friday night at the house. Now, mind you, Kaylee wasn't even in a damn sorority at that point. She was out of it by then. So, again, I don't understand all that. Yeah, they decided not to do the whole dance thing, or I can't remember what it was called. That's why I keep saying that. I just feel like that's weird. Okay. I feel like that's odd to me, and I just don't get it. Something is not right there, and I don't know. I could be completely wrong. So, and then again, we know that there's been many stories of many different people that did not like Kaylee and Maddie. They were referred to as mean girls. They were snobby, I was told. Hell, Kaylee's sister herself called her a mean girl and said she was kind of a bitch. So there's that. There were references on 4chan, which again, you can't take that to heart, guys. A lot of that you can't. About Kaylee being a certain type of person. They referred to her in a nasty way. There's a lot of that kind of thing floating around about her. So was she the target? You got to wonder. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, especially with what Olivia said in the beginning, how Kaylee loved the fact that she moved into the iconic home. And that's all she would talk about was living in the iconic home. Well, why was the home iconic?
It was always referenced. Well, first off, Scott Green grew up in that house, the president. Okay. Secondly, it was referred to, that house was always, from my understanding, some kind of a party house. And multiple people that were in that house, some that lived there and some that just went there to hang out, said that they always got a bad vibe when they went to that house. That's weird to me too. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of talk of certain types of trafficking coming out of that house, drug trafficking coming out of that house on a regular basis, so on and so forth. There's people that stated that there were things delivered to that house. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into that whole mix. Hey, Terry, welcome back. Can you hear me? Maybe not. The grandmother helped her with the Range Rover, Yvonne. She gave her the down payment. You're fine, Meg. You don't ever have to explain, dear. You do what you got to do. We're about done anyway.
Yvonne Poole said in chat, CNSD is pain pills, Xanax, Valium, narcotic analgesics is PLSN pills, fentanyl, and codeine.
Okay, so hold on. Let me find Yvonne.
It's at 6:07 p.m.
CNSD is pain. Yeah. So some kind of a pain medication somebody was taking. Xanax, Valium, narcotic, analgesic is PL. Okay, fentanyl, codeine. Still, these are illegal drugs. Period. And they told us that there were none. So lies. 1 second, Rach. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to keep up with them all, dear. Steve says that he didn't know where she was or how much she was at the house. Didn't have a clue, in my opinion. Oh, that's a good point. And I think Kaylee was there and never went home, because even when she's living at home, turns out that she was with the boyfriend and or Hank. That's a good point. That could be, Rach. That's a very good point. Let me see. Kate, Jesus. Terry, can you hear me? Prosecutors selling drugs too and got busted. Who's that, Rach? You're welcome, dear. You're welcome. Can you hear me, Terry? She must not be able to hear me. I don't know.
All I know is the past 2.5 years we've been lied to like nonstop. So
I say it every day almost now. Like, the only thing that we know to be true from this case is that this happened on November 13th of 2022. That's it. So it's very sad. Oh, okay. Thank you, Rach. Eddie, do you have anything to add to this, or? Oh, wait a minute.
The only thing I would add, and it kind of circles back to how we began your program today.
Yes.
And that is, we were kind of discussing the wounds. Is that right?
Say that one more time.
We were discussing the wounds.
Yeah, at some point we were.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Olivia was talking to Brian Enton, and they were kind of focusing on the superficial wounds.
Right.
And I said, the hive mind, us, in other words, we got to ask ourselves, what would be their purpose to focus on that? And I guess I'll just leave with this thought. So I've been thinking about that, and they're talking about the superficial wounds, but notice what they're not talking about is those deep gouges, right? I mean, that would be
right.
Like if you were the surviving family members, you would want to, that would be like the primary talking point. Yeah. So why aren't they talking about that and making that like a public talking point and getting that out there? Well, think of it. If there was a gunshot, which there was,
right,
and there was still the projectile in a body, then that is inconsistent with, you know, the surviving roommates supposedly not having heard anything. So if that projectile disappears, then that problem goes away. No one was shot. They were just stabbed. So, of course, that brings us to the exploratory type of, you know, deep gouges. I mean, I've never been hunting, but if that was my aim, if that was my goal, if I had to do that, you know, find that projectile, I could do it just the same as you. I mean, it's pretty basic to figure out what you have to do. And without being graphic, I mean, you just start, you know, at the entrance and just keep going until you find it. So that, regardless if you have like a 3-inch folding pocket knife or a, you know, 7-inch fixed blade knife or larger, it's all the same, and it would produce a huge gaping wound.
But Eddie, can you explain that? Why would it be exploratory?
Experimental.
Well, you're
either
not
way.
It's not a given where the bullet will be. You're not just gonna, you know, find it.
Were they
easily?
looking to find the
could be
bullets
anywhere.
and pull them out?
Could you say that again?
Were they looking for bullets and pulling them out?
Well, they're not going to come out and tell us that, but
no, it's a possibility, is what he's saying, Terry.
But you know, we know there was a gunshot, right?
Oh, boom! Thank
Terry,
you, man.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just
there was a gun.
I'm
there
really
was gunfire.
trying to wrap my head around exploratory wounds.
Experimental. She said
they're trying to pin all these crazy, you know, Brian Koberger was, he did all these.
She claimed that the prosecution told her that there was experimental type injuries that were post-mortem, meaning after they were dead. And
sorry.
That's what he was explaining.
Yeah, they're getting ahead.
Eddie, you know, I love you. I just don't get it.
What
I'm trying to explain it. We know there was a gunshot, right? I mean, are you aware of that?
We know that because Bethany said she saw one, or what?
Well, yeah. I mean, they're saying what it was in the state, you know, prosecution, law enforcement, however you want to word it. They're putting the twist on it because that's problematic. If there was a gunshot, then that would kind of, you know, that defeats their, you know, these two witnesses that are blissfully ignorant of anything. They're not witness to the act or anything that would have alerted them to something nefarious. So, yeah, that's what I'm speaking about, is the gouges would be obviously to remove the projectile that's in the body, if that's how it went down. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we're talking about, you know, Olivia G having just done this interview with Brian Enton, and they're discussing these superficial wounds, you know, the ones that they seem to be claiming are maybe post-mortem, exploratory or experimental. I don't know exactly how they said it, but it was ridiculous, you know, what they're trying to propose that Brian Koberger did. And why focus on the superficial wounds that are kind of meaningless and didn't do as much harm as the deep gouges, right? And that's, to my point, is how would you go about removing the projectile? Because you need to do that before the medical examiner gets those bodies. So that would be how you do it. You just I don't know. Without getting graphic, you just go to it.
Okay, here's my question is why did they not ever do, especially after they heard Bethany and her statement right away? I mean, it was the day of, right?
Right.
Or the day after. Why did they not swab for GS powder on
GSR?
Yeah.
Well, they're normally I guess they would, but they're in on the fix, so that ain't gonna happen in ups, and when everything in your world is reversed and things aren't as you would expect them to be in this case, and law enforcement is in on the fix, that's something that they don't want us to know. So
Yeah,
is that clear as mud?
We're not supposed to know anything about gunshots or guns or anything. There's not supposed to be any guns involved.
But she said that day. I mean,
Yeah.
right then and there, somebody should have said, let's do, swabbing for that.
Right.
Well, that tells you right there. That, in my opinion, that would tell you something's wrong right away. You know what I mean? Definitely.
I mean, I get what Eddie's saying. I just don't understand why they didn't do they didn't follow.
No, they didn't follow any protocol. They didn't do anything right. You know what I mean? They lied about a lot of things. They mishandled evidence. They, Jesus. I mean, most everything they did was wrong. You know what I mean?
It should make sense because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And like Twiz said, maybe she was told to say that to throw the investigation off course. Because again, folks, remember everything we've been told, if it's given to us for free, you gotta,
yes.
Was it real or not? That's the thing. So that's a good point.
Saying it right here, it's a cover up. They don't look for what they don't want to be found.
Bingo. Just like if somebody were to come forth with a
does it click, Terry? Does that click?
Yeah, it does. No, I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. It just is amazing to me that they did not. I mean, all these kids are standing around. Half of them have been in the house, right? And they didn't do any. All they did was say, "Let me see your hands. Hold them out."
Yeah, that's even pushing it there. They did nothing they should have done. Nobody was swabbed. They weren't separated. They weren't detained. They weren't questioned like they should have been. Then they sent them off to Emily's house to change their clothes, which you don't know what's on those clothes. Those clothes could have had DNA on them, but they allowed them to go do that. Then they sent them all together that night to go stay together at a hotel. Absolutely nothing was done right with the investigation. None of it. And we can't forget about the crime scene being completely and totally
in order to do it correctly, they should have done everything, and that would have included swabbing for GSR.
Yeah, agreed.
Because at the point when they came there, they had no idea what type of weapon was used.
Right. I mean, I'm sure by looking at the victims, they could come to some form of a possible, a thought on like, well, it looks like they were stabbed or something, but you didn't know the exact weapon, of course.
Well, apparently not the kids didn't. I mean, they thought that Xana was just passed out, drunk.
Right.
That's what they're saying.
That's what they said.
Yeah, somebody wanted to say hi.
I see her. Him, her.
It's a her. She's 15. She is a applehead deerhead mix.
Chihuahua.
Yep.
She's a little one. Very cute.
4 pounds.
Reminds me of my Oscar. Yeah, that's a good point. Nothing says or Miss Fancy. The X-rays is what I want to see. Would they release that? They should do all that stuff. If Fancy, in my opinion, that's why I've been telling you guys that I want to see the diagram, the autopsy diagrams that they've never showed us. They give us some generic write-up and just say this is what we want you to believe, and that's that.
Yeah, you can tell if there's, you can tell the difference between a broken bone caused by a bullet strike or a knife wound.
Yeah. And I question that too, Eddie, because we got in one of the statements that were listed with the wounds and the injuries. They especially with Kaylee, they described an interior fracture of her skull. An interior, meaning inside the head. So I just have questions about these things.
Well, Dago, you were a first responder. If you would have come across that, wouldn't one of your first questions be, and nobody knew what happened? You'd be like, well, first of all, we need to look for, just everything.
Well, yeah, and they did mention, Terry, and which body cam was it, you guys, where they're talking at the end of the body cam video, right as it shuts down, they said something about looking for shell casings and stuff like that. That was stated in the
I
body
remember that.
So,
yeah.
At that point, they didn't know everything, of course, but it's in there.
You cover all your bases.
Yeah. Well, again, they weren't. That's the whole point. I think is they weren't supposed to. That's not the way the script read. So.
Okay, this is the other thing that's driving me nuts. And Eddie, maybe you can help me, but because you're so good at this. But when that group of kids were walking in that night, they said, "Oh, she told us to park here." Who's she?
Which group?
That was at the Linda Lane thing, Eddie. The girl who was driving that vehicle. Remember, we watched a little bit of it. A vehicle pulls up in front of Linda Lane. I think it's 3 or 4 or 5 of the kids get out and they walk into the apartments. And then he's talking about tell her to park over there. I don't know if you saw that.
I've never spent much attention on that one.
That's huge to me.
Well, why though?
Why? Because somebody told them where to park.
And see, why would Kaylee's cousin Katie say on I think it was Good Morning America or 48 Hours back in the early parts of the investigation that she had called or text Kaylee at around 10 a.m. and then she called Christy saying that Kaylee was shot.
Yeah, that was Christy's niece that goes to Idaho as well.
Exactly. And that should have been enough just to check for TSR.
Well, they didn't take it as they didn't take it as a real thing, I guess.
But you also have Katie coming out in these documents stating that Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were all cokeheads.
It was talked about in the reports, yes.
And I do not believe that one bit. Because
believe what, that they did cocaine?
I don't think they were cokeheads.
Well, there's a difference between, I don't think she stated it as in they're coke heads, but I'm sure they did it. You know what I mean?
Well, she said they used cocaine.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a difference between that and being a coke head. I remember the 80s. I had a lot of people that I knew that were on it day in and day out. That's a coke head.
I'm sorry,
but again, in college, you're trying to stay awake. You're trying to do your finals. You're trying to get your grades in and all that stuff done. Cocaine was a big, or Adderall. Okay. Those are big deals to keep you. And a lot of these younger kids, they like to be able to party all night long. Drinking is a downer. So how do you stay awake all night and keep drinking? Back in the day, that's how everybody else did it.
Well, let me just tell you, I'm not a cokehead by any means, but I tried it.
It's good to know.
A lot of people have experimented with it. And what I remember from it was that you have no appetite and you're moving 100 miles an hour.
That's true.
So I don't understand how Kaylee gained all that weight if she was a cokehead.
Well, I don't think she was. Doing it every now and then is different than somebody that does it every single day. The people that have a bad addiction to it, they don't weigh anything, they don't ever eat, and they don't look the greatest because they're always exhausted because they don't ever sleep. You know what I mean? So that's somebody that's a cokehead. That's my opinion of it. But if you do it every now and then at a party or something here and there, you're not a cokehead. You're still going to maintain the same type of weight and stuff like that because you're not doing it every day.
But if you're the one thing, and trust me, I tried a lot, and none of it made me. I mean, I was like, I would get violently ill trying anything. So I'm like, maybe I just wasn't made for drugs, which is good. But Coke, once you like it, you're addicted to it.
Yeah. Because of the way it makes you feel. It's a very euphoric. You feel like you can do anything, Terry. You feel like $1 million. Like, it makes you go. Imagine being dead ass tired, and then all of a sudden you feel like you could build a house.
Right.
That feeling. Okay. Everybody knows that I was on pain pills for 12 years, opioids. Okay. Because of my back, my neck, and all that, and I felt like shit all the time because I couldn't really move very much. I couldn't do a lot because of my back pain and stuff. But you take one of them Percocets, guess what? Let's go. I could build a house right now. Boom, 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 boom. It's the same feeling. It's a euphoric feeling, and that's why people ended up getting addicted to it, because they like that feeling. They want that feeling 24/7. Well, you can't, because you can't live on that stuff. And if you do, you end up having more problems from it. So, yeah, that's a good point, Wayne. Nowadays, okay, they mix fentanyl with everything, including marijuana now. It's very scary shit, but you gotta be careful too. But that's why people become addicted to it so quickly. Just like
I always wondered why people became addicted to opioids, because it did nothing for me. It didn't cause any less pain. When they prescribe it to you for the reason that.
What did you take though? That's the difference. Some of them don't do that to people, and some of them do.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, pretty much I was allergic to all of them, so I threw up the entire time, and I'm like, I don't want this.
That would be why then, because you didn't ingest it long enough for it to affect your bloodstream.
There you go. I'm gonna hop out now, but I just wanted to thank you before I do.
Thank you
for having me up as always. And Terry and Robert, nice being on panel with you guys as always.
Hey, we love you.
Take care, buddy. I appreciate you joining me.
Love you guys too.
And I hope to see you soon again, brother.
I
love your points, Eddie.
Thank you, Robert.
Yes, Eddie, you're very well loved in this community. You know that. I think
you guys are too kind.
They like you more than me. So
thank you.
Gotta be here.
I only came on because of you. It had nothing to do with Dago. Trust me.
There it is. At least she tells the truth.
Oh, Terry, you're so sweet. Thank you.
I'm tired. It's between Dago and Eddie.
All right, brother. I do. I love you, bro. Be safe at whatever you're doing, and I will talk to you very soon, sir.
Okay. Bye now.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. What the hell was I saying? Yeah, everybody's chemistry is different too, though, Terry. Like, I know people that would smoke marijuana, weed, and never got nothing out of it. Never. It just depends on your.
That's me. I mean, I never got anything out of any type of drugs.
Well, that's good. That keeps you from having an addiction issue with drugs. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about that then, because they don't affect you that way, so you don't have a want for them.
The only drug that actually made me want more was Coke. And I'm like,
well, there's your answer to your own question. Right. That's the answer to your question then. That'll make you understand why people get addicted so quickly, because you want it. When you have it, you like that feeling, and boom.
And I tried it and I liked it. And you know what I did? I said, I like it. No more.
I misunderstood you. I thought you said you didn't do it. I misunderstood what you said earlier.
No,
Sorry.
I tried it in college, and I'm like, I'm never doing that again. But I remember how it made me feel, and it made me feel like I was Superman.
And it does that to everybody.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine. He used to smoke wet.
Do what?
I had a friend of mine. He used to smoke wet, which was yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about there. I've never heard that before.
Wet is a marijuana joint dipped in embalming fluid.
Oh, we didn't
Oh
call
my
it
God,
that.
that's so gross. I'm
No,
sorry.
we did that same thing. We would have when blunt wrappers first came out to be a big thing, the cigar wrappers that you wrap a joint in, we would soak them in either that or we would soak them in like Vicodin cough syrup or something like that, and then you let it dry and you light it up. Holy shit! Yeah, it definitely gave you a feeling you definitely never felt before. I didn't know it was called wet, but yeah, I got it.
Tell me you didn't go to like like a dead person's center or whatever you call
Order
it.
it. You can order it online.
Okay. Oh God.
No big deal. There's something that used to be around in here. We're from the same area, Terry, but it was called Tide Stick. They would take all those buds, they dry them, and they would take those little pieces of wire, tiny little pieces of wire, and they would wire the buds to like a skewer, shish kebab skewer, and then they would soak that in formaldehyde, let it all dry, and then they would sell it for an outlandish price, and people would go nuts for it because of the feeling you got off of it. But formaldehyde's dangerous, so people shouldn't be doing that stuff. Speaking of drugs, I don't know if you guys knew this, but is anybody familiar with Robert Dwayne Dunn out of Idaho? That was what I was going to show you real fast.
I've heard of him.
Just a quick article, real quick, I thought was quite interesting. That's what was being talked about in the chat about prosecutors selling drugs. Give me 1 second.
Well, while you're looking at that, can I ask what can I ask a question that's bothered me? Why did Ann Taylor ask Brett Payne on stand if he had ever heard of Monday's machinery?
What was the question?
Why did Ann Taylor ask Brett Payne on stand, have you ever heard of Monday's machinery? I don't care what he says. Yeah, he said he never had, and of course it's within walking distance of the police station. But what brought that question up is what I'm trying to figure out.
Twizzlestick says in chat because it's right on the highway and it would show BK's car leaving Moscow.
But they don't have a camera there. I know for a fact because I called them.
Okay, Dago just dropped out. Are you back, brother?
Yeah, this thing is doing weird things. Sorry. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to get this lined up. So Eastern Idaho attorney sentenced to 42 months in prison, federal prison, for drug trafficking conspiracy. Robert Dwayne Dunn, 69, 70 years old, of Rigby, was sentenced to 42 months in federal prison for his role in a drug trafficking conspiracy in Eastern Idaho. Senior U.S. District Attorney or District Judge B. Lynn Windmill, also ordered Dunn to pay a $50,000 fine and serve 3 years of supervised release following his prison sentence. This is a prosecutor. Court records indicate that from June of 22 to February of 23, Don, an attorney practicing in Eastern Idaho, agreed with clients and others to distribute controlled substances. During the conspiracy, Dunn and a client made 2 trips to Salt Lake City area to pick up methamphetamine and fentanyl. Dunn and the client then brought the drugs back to Idaho for distribution to others. Court records further indicated that in November of 22, Dunn caused fentanyl to be distributed into a correctional facility, the Bonneville County Jail, to an inmate client. Dunn agreed that he abused the position of trust by using his position as an attorney to further his drug trafficking activities. The DEA and our partners work hard to hold people accountable for drug trafficking offenses, regardless of their jobs or backgrounds, says David Reams, SA in charge of the DEA Seattle Field Division. So think about this, guys. We know that the DEA and the FBI were on the ground in Moscow when these murders happened, so on and so forth. We're hearing a story about in November of all months of 22. That's hilarious. Another prosecutor that was selling drugs. Okay. And then this is a disturbing case in which an attorney endangered his community and jeopardized the integrity of the criminal justice system by distributing deadly drugs, said U.S. Attorney Hurwitz. Upholding the rule of law means investigating crimes where they should be least expected to occur and holding everyone to the same standards, especially professionals who took an oath to uphold the law. My office is lucky to have law enforcement partners who feel the same way. So we know who Hurwitz is. We know when he came on board. They try to say that Hurwitz was there because of the psychological background stuff that they were going to be doing, but no. I don't believe that at all. I think Hurwitz was brought in because there was a drug aspect to this case. They'll never tell us that. Of course, they can't. So, just saying. I thought that's pretty wild. That article is awesome. Thank you for sending that to me. And again, November of 22 is an interesting month for that area. I'll just say that.
Yeah, and if you look at it, you have Stacy Chapin saying 2 a.m. is a dark hour as well.
Yeah.
I never understood what she meant by 2 a.m. is a dark hour.
I don't truly think anybody does get that one. I've heard that it's just a standard reference.
Yeah.
Sometimes, or it could mean something specific. You know what I mean? We don't know. It is definitely an interesting statement. Yes, good point, end of line. So anyway, I just wanted to show you that real quick. Thank you for that, Rach. That's awesome.
And
Thank you,
Jay, you're right. They do only have like 2 to 3 people that work at Monday's Machinery, and it is. They make. I really went in. I kind of dug into it, and they make like almost close to $500,000 a year. So what are they doing with 2 people?
I don't pocketing a lot of money. I don't even know what they
and I asked them, I said, do you have a camera? No. Okay.
What is it? Is there something about that place that I don't know about or something?
Why would Ann bring that up?
I think it was just in reference to the fact that it's a local place and he said he didn't know where it was.
I don't think it was. I don't think that, because there's a lot of places around that area. Well, there is something with Monday's Machinery.
Twiz said in chat, he's gone again. I know Twiz said in chat, Dago, that it's because it's on the highway, and they wanted to see if they could see Brian Koberger's car leaving Moscow that way.
From Monday's machine?
Yeah.
Oh, that I heard. Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make sense. I mean, they have no cameras. I asked the guy. He said, "No, we don't have any cameras." And
well, that's what he told you. He may not be telling you the truth though, and it could be one that's not necessarily their camera, but it's like on the corner of the property or something, maybe.
And then Payne said he's never heard of it, and I'm like, it's in like practically the backyard of the police station.
Right.
So there's something to do with that, and I can't figure it out.
I don't know. It never perked me up too much. I don't know, other than the camera footage thing. Annie says the chat says that Parley worked there. That could be another reason why it became important to people too.
But I did hear what you were saying earlier about the wounds, Dago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I remember. He's gone again.
It's my system is dumping me every time I touch a button, so don't just ignore it. I'm sorry.
We've heard. Can a K-bar knife really leave gouges, or what? The way Steve Gonzalez put it from talking to Cat, I call her Kathy My Butt. That they were more like tears. Can the 7-inch K-bar actually leave tears or gouges, or would the gouges be caused by a larger weapon?
Well, I personally think a machete was involved. I mean, any sharp edged weapon of any sort can cause different types of wounds, but the large puncture type gouges is what he explained. That to me immediately made me think of a machete. Because a machete, it has a very large ended blade. At the very end, the tip is large and it shrinks down. It's very large. Some of them are serrated. Mine's serrated like a saw on the top end. And I mean, they're made different ways, but it's a bigger blade. You don't have to get up close and personal with it. You can use it from a distance per se. And they had many different types of injuries. So again, there's multiple weapons too, in my opinion. I also said at one point in time that I believe the possibility of a golf club being snapped in half and used to stab at somebody could be a possibility as well. So,
See, I think that's what happened.
Yeah, see, I watched a video last night, and it was from a very old cold case, right? Where this gentleman had killed this young girl, and he did it by using a golf club, and he used the golf club like an axe, to the point where the golf club legit the end broke off. It broke off and caused what looked like gouges.
Yeah, I've seen that done in different cases before. I've heard of it. I just said it last night that I think that's what happened partially to Kaylee's face, that she was hammered with that multiple times. And I'm not saying that it had to be a full swing like you're swinging on a golf course, but you could have broke one in half, palmed it in your hand like a club, and beat somebody in the face with it, and then use the other end to stab somebody at the same time. So,
yeah, but do we have a motive? Everybody keeps talking about what happened, and very rarely do we hear the question, what was the motive?
So that's the problem. There isn't one.
Yeah. I mean, there
has to be.
There's
you don't do this kind of stuff without a motive.
Yeah.
That's
go ahead.
They don't have one. The police don't have one.
I was going to say there's no connection from Brian to the house. There's no evidence of stalking, even though we keep hearing that from the Gonzalez family, that he stalked, and he stalked. Even though Bill Thompson said in open court, no evidence of stalking, no connection to the house, no connection to the roommates. So why is this guy sitting in prison right now?
That's the question of the year. That is the question of the year. And yeah, Vivian, you can break golf clubs. You can break it over your knee if you want to. I mean, they're pretty strong, but they're bendable. They break. And when they do, imagine what the two ends look like. They're very jagged ends that would cause a lot of damage if you use it as a stabbing weapon, in my opinion.
Yeah, and why did they take Ethan's golf clubs into evidence?
That's one of the reasons why I imagined that could have been used as a weapon.
You and I, Dago, you and I think alike on a lot of stuff. I'll say that right now. You and I think alike on a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think too much sometimes. I think, and that's why I have all this stuff swimming around in my head 24/7, and I don't sleep very much. But
same here.
Well, do you agree with me on some of these things that we're overthinking? It might. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I think there's a lot of overthinking done in this, and has been, and it's by no fault of anybody else. That it's the way it was presented to us that has caused us to overthink some things. Okay, like one thing can be a certain type of a thing. I hate using the word thing, but I can't think of a way to put it. And because of that, the way it's been presented to us, we look at everything like that after that point, because it was either lied about or it was, changed or something about it's not right. And because of that, we have a tendency as people to look into everything in the same way then, and then we overthink a lot of things. So I try not to overthink or overanalyze, whatever you want to call it. And just kind of go with the basic and see what I come up with first. But when you don't get answers with just the basic info, you have to kind of think deeper. And that's what a lot of critical thinkers have a tendency to do that. So
what are your thoughts about what Tommy was saying?
As far as
the people involved?
Well, like I said that night, I feel like there are, and as far as involved, like I said with him that night, knowing about it, that form of him being involved, not hands-on involved, but I think it's possible that there's a lot of people involved that knew. It was something Kim told us early on, that there was a lot of people around that campus that knew this was going to happen before it happened, and then the people after the fact that knew about it. So I believe in that. Do I believe that they're all physically, like hands-on, they were involved in? No, of course not. That's 33 people.
And he didn't really say that. He said that there are a lot of people that weren't involved,
Yeah,
specifically.
That's what I mean.
Involved, but they knew about it. And
that's absolutely
I truly believe that you put the fear of God into somebody. I don't know.
That's where I think it goes back to the who. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you go to the who, as in who did this, that in my opinion is why a lot of people don't talk. Because the who could be very dangerous, and people fear for their own selves, or some people were probably threatened. And Terry, you were around. You saw what happened to Rory when he went there on foot
and
tried to talk to people. It was a joke. They either wouldn't talk to him, or their own words, couldn't talk to him. People wanted to talk to him but couldn't talk to him. People said absolutely did not want anything to do with him, and they wanted him gone. So, I mean, you got to think about all that.
Right.
That tells its own story, in my opinion. When you got people afraid to talk about, okay, for instance, Terry, where we're from, if you remember when the train derailment happened in Palestine over there,
yeah,
there was a lot of people in that area that lived over there that were told not to talk about it, that were paid off not to talk about it. I didn't know if you knew that, but that happened. There was a couple of news stories that came out because they lied. They lied about what the deal was, how dangerous it was, even to people like you and I that were further away from that area than where it happened. But and there's a lot of what do you call it, conspiracy behind that situation. The 4 people that were going to be giving a press conference got on a plane one day, I think it was in California, and the plane crashed. Everybody died, and one of them, the word was that one of them was a whistleblower that was on that plane that was going to tell certain things that they was not put out to the world, and big conspiracy with that. Okay, all
Can
the
I ask
animals.
a really a question that you're talking about that? Whatever has happened to that town?
Well, it was swept under the rug. It got real quiet. You have
We
not seen
know
any,
that. You and
right?
I do.
And
But
you haven't seen anything on the news about it. A lot of people died. Animals died. Livestock died. The water, like the waterways and stuff, those were all contaminated. The animals were contaminated. People were bought out of their homes per se, or bought to keep their mouth shut. There was people threatened. I found out from a local reporter that I've talked to from time to time that did not talk about it. And I can't think of the name of the railroad company, but they finally started handing money over to people, but they denied a lot of people money too. It's just a
even
mess.
our governor didn't even go there, did he?
No. DeWine, no, he was supposed to, and he never did. The assistant governor went, or the whatever they're called.
But Trump went there.
Yes, he did. He wasn't even Mr. President at that time, and Biden was supposed to go, but I don't know what happened with that either.
And for you guys that don't understand what happened is that a train derailed in the middle of the night and it was full of
Sodium chloride.
Yeah, basically when it crashed, it was like having an atomic bomb hit the town.
And that's the other thing, is it was leaking and it was burning nonstop. And there was another way. There was another way they could have put that fire out, and they decided that they had to blow it up to put the fire out. And when they blew it up, it blew it up into the air. Okay, and then they told everybody, as long as you're outside of a 5-mile range, you're okay. Well, that was bullshit, because for those of you that have been here for that long, I got sick. My wife got sick. My son got sick. We were all sick for about a week. Thank God it wasn't no worse. I don't know. Who knows if there's like permanent damage that's going to show up later? You know what I mean?
The name of the train company was
Norfolk Southern.
Yeah, Norfolk Southern.
That's them. Thank you, SRB. But yeah, yes, Aaron Brockovich went there. DeWine is a joke. He doesn't give a shit about this state. I don't care what anybody says. But yeah, it was a bad situation, and I reported on it. Like my well, because I live in a country area. Molly was looking at my well, trying to see if it was going to affect it, because I think I'm 35 miles from it. I think that's what.
You and I are not very far from it.
And it's sad because they just told everybody to go ahead and like live their lives, and people were going in the house, going back to their houses after like 24 hours, and were just like passing out, dropping over. It was bad, very bad.
Well, I mean, there were animals that were drinking out of the river, and they were dead all next to the river.
Yeah, is that you? Hold on a minute. Your microphone's making some weird noise, Terry. I don't know what that was, but it's okay.
Am I better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, the livestock, people were going to bed the night before. They woke up and like all of their chickens and cows were laying dead in their yards, and there were found floating in the Mahoning River, and the river flowed down and dumped into the Ohio River, and then that dumped into the Mississippi. So it went that far. It's pretty bad.
Oh, that's right.
Really bad. Yes, I researched all the hell out of that one.
Well, I'm glad you're okay, Dago.
Well, so far I am too, but like I said, it was pretty.
If they can get to a small town, it's almost like, let's see what we can do.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. Well, don't you remember Silkwood?
Yeah.
They made that movie. It's the same type of scenario.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
It was like, okay, let's see what we can do here, and then we'll see how it affects people. And then we can take it to the next level.
They do that kind of shit all the time. And there were multiple. If you guys remember when I was covering that, we had that happened, and there's like 3 or 4 other like types of things like that happened within the same period of time. There was one that derailed and exploded in Texas, and that one was shooting some kind of red shit up from it. There was another place in Ohio that exploded, a plant somewhere, I can't remember. That blew the whole sidewall off, and that was dangerous. There was chemicals involved in that.
What the hell is up with? Excuse my French, but what the hell is up with Ohio?
A lot, Terry, a whole lot. It's
And
really sad.
Yeah, and don't forget that the Elon Musk battery factory over there in Germany was engulfed in flames too.
We have that here now too. That has taken the place of General Motors here in Lordstown. We now have the lithium battery plant that has already caught fire once, and that's a very dangerous situation. So, yeah. Well,
wait, was that between Lordstown being an actual GM, and in between the guy that bought it and was gonna turn it?
There was General Motors was shut down, and another guy bought it, and it was gonna. They started building the electric trucks there,
right?
And that went under. But right next to GM, they built. It used to be the seat company that built all the seats and all the cushions for all the cars that were built out of GM. That's the plant that they turned into the battery plant right next door to GM. And they're still talking about turning General Motors into something bigger that's electric with electric cars. I don't know what they're doing now, but it is very scary. It was creepy. I have friends that work there. My daughter works there.
Well, no, it's the guy. He was I think from BlackRock that bought it. You guys probably think that we're getting off key here, but
we're done with the show.
If you follow us on this map, you're going to understand that there are a lot of things going on in this world that people are not watching.
Right.
Yeah, I call Cybertrucks rolling dumpsters.
That's what they look like. They're kind of funky. Well, these ones that they were building here, they actually look like trucks. Okay. They didn't look like that big silver square, whatever the hell that rolling dumpster like thing you're describing was. But I cannot. I've been in my neighbor owns 2 Teslas. A good friend of mine owns one of GM's new electric cars. I cannot envision myself driving a truck that runs on electric. A truck is a workhorse type vehicle to me, and I just can't imagine it. But I've been told they do it, but I'm sorry, my truck has to sound like a truck, not a hamster on a wheel. I just can't.
You know what? Back to the Idaho case with the hybrid, right? I did call. They had no hybrids that were bought. So these 2, T-Cell and what's his face?
Rosenthal.
Yeah. How cool is it to be able to go forwards and backwards and not make a lot of noise?
It's a good point.
Well, see, just like what Brett Payne called the silver police car, the school car, and Jack Showalter stated that Kaylee and Maddie got into a silver car that night.
Yeah, and that's been talked about recently too, with the possibility that it was the unmarked police car or the plainclothes officers that picked those 2 up that night. Possibly, it's not far from something that I could think on. To be honest with you.
You saw what? Who's the private driver? What's his name?
Eric Gower.
Yeah. Would you want to get into a car if you were drunk? If you saw his Facebook page?
Probably not. No.
Ew.
Well, he's been brought into question now anyway as to the truth behind who that was. that's something that was brought up now. That is that truly who was driving them that night? And if you guys remember that we're here then, I was told that it wasn't him that was the driver. I had a lady that was in my chat that was very close friends with the person she said truly was the driver, which is a middle-aged man who is doing the private driving because they lost their son to a drunk driver, so he volunteered to do that. He's an older gentleman. And that was the true driver, not Eric Gower. And I was like, okay. I had a private conversation with this woman, and she said that it is absolutely not who they're saying it is. It's this other person. And that's interesting to me. Truly interesting. So I'd like to know what's true and what's not. That's the problem with this case.
That,
right.
and if you were a parent, would you want your child to get into a car where they are picking you up because you're drunk and then they're handing you alcohol?
No, absolutely not. Not at all.
I don't know what I'm thinking. The reason I think that this is important, what we're talking about right now, is that there are places in this country that are being used as test places. And we already talked about, I mean, you know, Kaylee's sister Olivia is saying that these were, I don't know. I just don't, I think there's more to it.
I agree. There's a whole lot more to this, that's for sure, guys. But I'm gonna have to get out of here. I've had you guys here way too long. 5 hours and 16 minutes. I appreciate you guys joining me, though. Thank you for jumping up, Terry and Robert. Eddie.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to you as well. And I'm sorry if I was if I was cutting you off at any point.
Oh, no. Don't worry about that. Sometimes you got to just jump in there when you can, because I have a tendency to talk too much. So don't you ever worry about that. You're fine. But I appreciate you, Robert, Terry, Eddie, of course, Dylan. Did anybody else jump up? I don't think so. No, not today. But I appreciate you guys being up here with us today very much. I appreciate the conversation. I don't know why my camera won't turn on. It keeps doing this. Hold on a minute. Maybe that's. Let me check something here. That might be
virus?
What's that?
Do you think you might have a virus?
No, not. No. There's issues. I got to work on this thing. With connections and stuff. That's all. It's my browser. It's been causing issues. I got to get it worked out. Yeah, Docket was up here. Docket Sugar. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thanks, Eddie. Again, great video he put out there. I appreciate that as well. So again, everybody, thank you much for joining us, and everybody in chat. You know, I love you to death. Absolutely. Thank you to my mods. If the moderators that are available have a few minutes right after this, I'd like to jump into the voice chat real quick with you guys for a little meeting. Besides that, no worries. If you can't, I understand.
Do you need another mod? Because I don't know. I was Tommy's and.
Oh, well, right now I think we're good because I just brought somebody on, but I will definitely keep that in mind, Terry, I always have to add them at some point. But yeah, if you're interested, that's interesting. I'd love to have you when I can. Right now I'm full. I'm over full actually because I just added Moonlight. But I appreciate that so very much. And don't forget, folks, 8:30, Lana's going live with that interview with Molly. She said she has, so you might want to jump right on over there. In fact, hold on 1 minute.
Night, Nana.
Have a great night, Nana.
If you're not busy Thursday, Dago, I'd love for us to put something together for Thursday.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely have a talk about that. Give me 1 second. I think I just gave you the wrong thing, you guys. I don't know what that was that I just put in there. Nope, it's the same thing. All right, well, there's the link supposedly to Lana's show. It's a weird looking link, but there it is in the chat. It says upcoming. Oh, it says now 9 o'clock. So About 9 p.m. then. Same time as me. Hopefully I'll see you guys over there, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button if you
Are you
haven't.
coming on at 9 tonight?
She's coming on at 9 tonight.
Oh, okay.
She has got the Molly McMichael interview with Detective Payne. That should be quite interesting, and I can't wait to see it. So, guys, please make sure to jump over there. Show some love and support for Miss Lana Oriani at Truth and Transparency. I appreciate it, as we'll see. You guys have an amazing rest of your night. For those of you that I won't see, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, folks. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys very soon. Good night.
Awesome.
And God bless.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. Cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until